Thank you for joining us this evening at Tampa City Council evening session. Roll call.
Carlson. Vieira. Maniscalco.
Here.
Hurtak.
Here.
Goods. Miranda.
Here.
And Cedro.
I am here
We have a
also.
physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Mr. Massey.
This is the August 4, 2022 evening meeting of the Tampa City Council held in City Council chambers in the third floor of Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard here in Tampa, Florida. The public is able to attend this meeting in person or view it via cable television on Spectrum Channel 640 or Frontier Channel 15 or by the internet via www.tampa.gov/livestream. The public is also able to participate in this meeting either here in person in City Council chambers or virtually by way of Communications Media Technology or CMT. However, the use of CMT does require pre-registration with the City Clerk's office. Directions for pre-registration are included in the notice of the meeting and on the agenda. Also, if the matter is quasi-judicial, such as a rezoning or special use public hearing, then members of the public may still participate remotely via CMT, but cell phones and smartphones are not compatible as they will not allow your camera when connected. You must have access to a CMT device such as a tablet or computer equipped with a camera and a microphone that will enable you to be seen and heard by City Council and all other participants in a quasi-judicial matter. Could I please have a motion waiving City Council standard rules of procedure allow public comment by CMT and allowing City Council members Vieira and Carlson to attend the meeting via CMT?
We have a motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Is there any opposed?
Then just briefly, in speaking with the chair, we have a big crowd tonight, so if you could make sure your cell phones are silenced and keep the discussions down to a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dock, we have an agenda tonight that, from what I'm seeing, needs to be attended to.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Dock, if we could, let's go ahead and clean the agenda first, and then any of the petitioners that are requesting to move up, we can go from there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chairman and Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Council, on this evening's agenda on item number 6, the applicant has requested a continuance to November 10th, 2022.
Move to continue to November 10th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco to continue REZ 22-30 to November 10th at 5:01 p.m., seconded by Councilman Goos. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. And item number 7 is a misnotice if this item can be removed off the agenda.
Motion to remove item number 7.
Motion's been made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the same for number 8. Item number 8 is a misnotice if this item could be removed from the
Move to
agenda,
remove
please.
item number 8.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goos. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more. Item number 11 cannot be heard. It is a misnotice. If that
Move
could be
to remove
removed.
item number 11.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goos. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
And Chairman and Council, we have a request to move the last 3 items ahead in the agenda. That is item number 12, which is a vacating VAC 2203, which runs with item 13, which is a rezoning. It's REZ 21-114. And then item 14 is file number PH 22-75730. The applicant is requesting that that be moved ahead of item number 5 this evening. And it is certainly up to council, but we would suggest maybe if council would consider maybe asking the applicants, which are further on the agenda, if they are okay with these items being moved forward.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. We would request moving up to number 5, 6, and 7. Our application is actually the oldest zoning application on the agenda, but we have no interest in getting ahead of the folks who are here in the room right now who have some interest in item number 1. We have a fair number of community supporters who are here, and we're concerned if we are dead last that none of them will be able to participate. So would respectfully ask to move to number 5, 6, and 7.
And that is items agenda 12, 13, and 14?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Move to, let's just say, number 6 on the agenda, right after number 5.
Ideally, we'd like to go after number 4, I'm sorry. We'd like to become number 5, 6 and 7. But if council wishes to put us after number 5, that's fine too.
What is the pleasure of council?
I'm a little confused, Mr. Chairman. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, sir. So we'd like to move items 12, 13, and 14 to be heard before item number 5, to be the first quasi-judicial that you hear after the comp plan.
And Mr. Hudson, the request is because you have people here that are willing to, that want to speak to these agenda items.
Yes, sir. And based on being the oldest application on the agenda, we were under the impression we'd be a bit earlier in the agenda. But again, we're not trying to get ahead of the folks that are here for item number 1. We're just trying to go to be before what is currently item number 5.
That's fine. Move to, move them up right after 4.
A motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Is there any opposition? Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, if I may, just for the public's benefit, just go through the agenda after moving these items and removing. So we have agenda item number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we will hear agenda items 12, 13, and 14. Then we will hear number 5, number 9, and number 10. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dodd. And let's start the evening off with agenda item number 1, file REZ 22-24.
I do think, have they sworn?
The groove hasn't caught up yet. Thank you very much. All those that are going to be giving any testimony tonight, would you please stand to be sworn in? Any testimony. Those of you who did not stand up now will probably have to be sworn in later. Thank you. Mr. Hussain.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussain, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 1, case REZ 22-24. This is being presented for first reading consideration at the location 4111 West San Carlos Street. Proposed rezoning from RS 75 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family detached. Now, council, you may be reminded of this case as it was originally heard on June 9th, 2022. The original analysis was based on a lot size of 60 feet, not 75 feet. The use was stated as single family attached, and the block face analysis was West San Carlos instead of South Cameron Avenue. So a revised staff report has been submitted. The site plan was also submitted, and this is just for first reading again to clear the record of those 3 items. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Good evening, Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. This is located in the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically are you able to see the screen? Oh, there it is. Okay, this is located in the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically the Palmacia West neighborhood. The closest transit stop is 0.4 miles to the east of the subject site at the intersection of West San Carlos Street and South Del Mabry Highway. The closest recreational facility is 1/4 of a mile to the south of the site, and the site is located in a level B evacuation zone. Here is an aerial of the subject site. As you can see, the surrounding area is largely single-family detached homes. 1/4 of a mile to the northwest is Henderson Boulevard, where light commercial uses can be found. And additionally, South Del Mabry Highway is within 1/2 mile to the east, which also contains light commercial uses. Here is a map of the future land use designation. The site is currently recognized under the R6 future land use designation, and the surrounding area is largely made up of the R6 designation. Once you move north and west, you can get to this purple color along Henderson Boulevard, which is the community mixed use 35. Continuing west along that, you get this orange color, which is the residential 10, which is also found to the south along West Beta Bay Boulevard. And then this blue color over here is public, semi-public, which is some private schools, some public schools, and a recreational facility. This portion of West San Carlos Street between South Lois Avenue and South Clark Avenue, excluding the subject site, has an existing density of 4.56 units per acre. And the portion of South Cameron Avenue between West San Miguel Street and West San Carlos Street, excluding the subject site, has an existing density of 4.51 units per acre. The request would allow for 2 single-family detached residential units with a density at 5.17 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 6 future land use designation. The proposed request would allow for development that is similar in form, height, and scale to the surrounding residential uses on this portion of West San Carlos Street and South Cameron Avenue. The proposed rezoning supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Is there any comments or any questions for staff? Thank you.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Case REZ 22-24. This is being proposed to rezone the property at 4111 West San Carlos Street. The proposed rezoning is to create 2 single-family detached lots. I'll show you an overhead view of the site plan from the applicant. We have 2 lots here. The subject site contains a lot area of approximately 0.35 acres or 15,290 square feet. The property is located at the northeast intersection of South Cameron Avenue and West San Carlos Street. The properties to the north, south, east, and west are all zoned RS75, and these are all lots developed with single-family residences. The applicant is proposing to construct 1 building on each lot, lots 7 and 10. The setbacks are as follows for each of the lots. You have 7 feet in the north, 20 feet to the east, 25 feet to the west, and 7 feet to the south. The maximum height, as I'll show you in the elevations to come, is 35 feet high. A total of 4 parking spaces are required by the applicant, and the applicant is providing 9 total parking spaces. Vehicular access, as there's 2 dwellings. For dwelling number 2, South Cameron. See South Cameron, dwelling number 2. And vehicular access for dwelling number 1 is from West San Carlos Street. I'll now show you an aerial view. As I talked about the lot here outlined in red, you'll see encompassing the lot are all residential single-family homes. You have South Cameron and West San Carlos to the south. And you see the conforming map here. You see the lot here outlined in black, checkered. So the majority of the lots within the studied area have been developed with a lot width consistent with the RS75 zoning district. Now, however, in analyzing the subject block, specifically the block face, the 3 lots to the north of the subject block measure 55 by 139, 55 by 139, and 57.86 by 139. Each of these lots are developed with single-family residence and a lot area of 7,500 square feet or more. Therefore, staff finds a reestablishment of the platted lots for the remainder of the block face to be consistent with the existing development pattern of the block, as well as the minimum lot requirements for both the residential 6 land use designation and RS75 zoning district. I'll now go ahead and show the elevations. As this is dwelling, This is dwelling number 1. You have from the south elevation, the west elevation. Dwelling number 1 still, the north elevation, and the east elevation. Dwelling number 2, you have the east elevation and the west elevation. Also on dwelling number 2 still, you have the south elevation and the east elevation. As I went out to the subject site, I took pictures. As you see, the current site as it stands, vacant. See this, the public notice sign right here in the front. Another picture of the vacant site. Site to the north, you have more residential single family to the north. To the west, you have more residential single family. You see that intersection of San Carlos and South Cameron. To the south, you'll see more residential single family. And to the east, you also see more residential single family. Development Coordination has reviewed the case and finds it consistent with the Land Development Code. If approved by City Council, the applicant must make changes to the site plan as per the revision sheet. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hussein? Seeing none? Petitioner?
Can you help me get to the presentation? I already loaded it onto the computer. Okay. Can you bring up the computer screen, please? It's not letting me turn off that screen.
Never know who has access.
I have a whole superhero sock
Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't they supposed to be blue?
for the, my mom, but it's because I'm 10. I have a whole, superhero thing. The youngest lives with us, so she sees her more than ever spend the summer camp in Georgia.
Always feels bad when you're standing here.
She's okay. She's like almost teenager, so.
Why?
Or she'll give me a hug the next time. You know, it's like, okay.
There we go. It should be this one. No? I can just put it over here, it's fine. I had it on the other one, but it's all right. All right. Thanks for your patience, council. Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street here for the applicant. As Zane noted, you all have seen this application before. Travis Hills presented last time. Given the questions with the record and the concerns on second read, the property owner came to our firm and asked for us to assist on this reading to ensure the record is appropriate. To preserve the record, I don't mean to be too repetitive here, but I'm going to go through our presentation quickly on some of the facts that staff noted. Again, general location, 411 West San Carlos Street, south of Henderson Boulevard, east of Lois and Palmacia West. Future land use map, as Planning Commission staff noted, this is R6, which is low-density residential, essentially single-family detached for the larger area, and the proposal it conforms and is compatible and consistent with the R6 land use category, as Planning Commission staff noted. The zoning map, the larger area is currently zoned RS 75. As staff noted, a significant number of the lots do conform with this, but the underlying plat does have smaller lots, and with zoning conformance, there are also a large number of lots that are less than 75 feet in the neighborhood, as we'll discuss in a little more detail later. Important for this application, the request to use a PD will allow for a 55-foot frontage. However, the minimum lot size is 7,500 square feet, and the dimensional limitations of RS 75 were included in this. Most notably, there is the 15-foot corner yard setback, which the PD satisfies, and yet with those limitations is still able to conform, which increases the compatibility of the request. The request itself is to rezone from RS 75 to PD using RS 75 development standards with no waivers. The request is for 2 single-family detached dwelling units, as shown here. Further on the request is to create 2 lots, but it's actually not creating 2 lots. It's reverting to the existing lots 7 and 10 on the plat that's there today. The lot size in each would be 7,645 square feet, which is compatible and consistent with RS 75, but also with the R6 underlying future land use category. And then, of course, the crux of the PD request is to use that 55-foot frontage that the plat provides for. Consistency. Comprehensive planning staff found the request consistent, noted a number of land use objectives and policies that are satisfied, specifically that the request would allow for development that is similar in form, height, and scale, and noting that the comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant, underutilized land. Now, I understand that adding 1 house is not going to solve the housing crisis, but a 110-foot lot in the urban core of the city is underutilized land. For consistency with the Land Development Code, this is very straightforward, just showing you an excerpt from the staff report here. Every department found it consistent, so the application is consistent with the Land Development Code. Regarding compatibility, Planning Commission staff noted that the proposed request would allow for development that is similar in form, height, and scale, as I noted. And one of the concerns on the second reading was that the analysis was done with a frontage on West San Carlos Street. But Planning Commission staff report was not updated because Planning Commission staff had already analyzed this with respect to West San Carlos and Cameron Avenue. And then Development Coordination staff found the proposed development is appropriate in location and compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. There are no waivers. So your professional staff, the expert opinion showed that the request is consistent and compatible, but we want to offer a couple of extra facts here for the board to consider regarding compatibility. So what I hope to describe here on this slide is a few different ways to look at this. So the first way that I looked at this when being introduced to the application was the block face, which we're talking about Cameron Avenue. If this is approved, 5 of the 8 lots would follow the platted lot, which is 55-foot lots approximately. The plat allows that one of the lots is 57 feet, but for all useful purposes, it's a plat of 55-foot lots along Cameron Avenue. Then you can look at the actual block. Block 23 of the plat, which is bordered by San Miguel, San Carlos, Cameron, and Clark. And if you look at that block, if approved, 7 of the 9 lots would follow the platted lot development pattern, which we believe also shows consistency. And you can extend a little bit further here. And there's infinite number of ways you can do this, but to simply show what I'm trying to get across here, if you take everything across the rights of way from Block 23, you're left with 23 parcels. And if approved, 15 of those 23 lots are less than 75 feet. So 65% would be less than the RS 75 frontage requirements. Show the request here is not incompatible. In fact, it is compatible with the surrounding area. Now, I want to talk briefly about the previous hearings. We're establishing a new record here today. So when I talk about the approval of the council at that hearing, I'm not suggesting that that is some sort of evidence for today, but I do want to talk about what council put in the record that day. So at first reading, there was significant opposition. There was an approval vote, 5-2. And notably, of those 5 yes votes, 4 of you council members went on the record and said, we hear the opposition, and of course I'm paraphrasing here, but went on the record to say, but we see compatibility here, and supported the motion. Then they came for a second read on July 14th, and there was a problem with the record called out. And of course, I'm sure the council members remember that, but that problem was not identified on the record. Staff said that there was concern that the record needed to be modified to ensure that the record was appropriate for a quasi-judicial hearing. And so this was continued, but really, in a manner of speaking, remanded here today for first read. So the record changes. As staff noted, the staff report mentioned a 60-foot lot instead of a 75-foot lot. And the staff report also listed single-family attached. Additionally, the block face analysis was based on West San Carlos instead of South Cameron Avenue. But notably, on June 9th, the staff presented a presentation discussing the change from RS-75, residential single-family, to PD, residential single-family detached, and on the record noted single-family detached, not attached. So I would suggest to council that those first 2 issues are not substantive changes from what you all heard on June 9th in chambers. Additionally, as staff noted tonight, the analysis was reconducted considering considering West Cameron as the frontage, and noted the same conclusion, that we have consistency and compatibility. So there are no substantive changes from the record you all heard on June 9th. There are no changes to the design of the application before you today. Today's record requests a PD to use the platted lots, specifically lots 7 and 10 of Block 23. It's consistent, compatible with R6. It uses the RS-75 development standards with the exception of the platted lot width of 55 feet. So it's substantially the same record. In conclusion, the goal here is to utilize a PD to develop consistent with the nearby scale of the neighborhood. The development standards chosen are meant to enhance compatibility. The architectural design, actually, let me move back to that for a moment. The architectural design itself is actually meant to ensure compatibility. The top picture there shows Lot 7. That structure having only a frontage on Cameron. It has the architectural design and detail on Cameron. But you can see the additional architectural detail on the corner lot to ensure that there is the frontage on Cameron there on the left with that entrance, but then also on the side with the vehicular access. There's still architectural design so that the neighborhood isn't looking at a blank wall face along West San Carlos. No waivers are requested. The request is to develop under the existing plat, and all staff found this consistent and compatible, and we request your approval. Thank you. We're here to answer any questions, and the design professional is here as well. Thank
Any
you.
questions for the petitioner? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to agenda item number 1, REZ 22-24? Please, if you would, form a line to my left, your right. When you approach the podium, please state your name and tell us whether you have been sworn in.
that'll allow you to zoom if needed, in and out.
Thank you, I'm ready. And I do have some extra minutes. I have 5 extra minutes that have been given to me. Should I give these to someone?
You would be giving them to our legal, who has stepped out for just a moment. Who are the names that you're getting these extra minutes from? And when your name is called, please stand up or wave.
Let's see. Is it here? Jan Flowers. Amy Farrick. And Mark Camacho. Oh, said he went to the bathroom.
That's 3 people, that's 3 minutes,
Oh,
correct, Mr.
hold on.
Massey? Yeah, so you get 3 extra minutes.
I'm sorry, Donna Van Name.
Then are you going to speak?
No, I'm gonna help her with the slides.
Okay, so that is
And-
4 extra minutes you get.
And I'm sorry, Anita Camacho.
That's
Anita
5 extra
Camacho?
minutes you get.
Oh, there she is here.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, council members. Michael McNabb, resident of Palmacia West for 47 years and current president of Palmacia West Neighborhood Association. Our board has voted to oppose this rezoning, and I'm here tonight to speak as both the president and a homeowner within sight of the subject property. I know this neighborhood well, and I care about preserving the good things in it. We were never asked to meet with the owners to discuss this rezoning, but we have in the past with similar variances and so on. There's an inconvenient truth that the city staff has not brought to your attention that directly affects this lot split. In 2012, the owner of this property at 2401 Cameron Avenue, which is diagonally across the street, I have a sticker on there that shows that, filed a rezoning PD to split that lot and build 2 houses. Abby Feely, who was then a staffer, visited the neighborhood and wrote the staff report, which you have in front of you. The recommendation, and I'm quoting, was, "The Development Review Committee has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with City Land Development Code." Her report uses the term inconsistent 4 times, and in her oral presentation, she outlines why lot splitting is inconsistent with the predominant pattern of the surrounding area. That's all in that report. City Council voted to deny that rezoning PD. Councilman Miranda voted to deny that. A single-family house was subsequently built on that lot. Now, 10 years later, the very same kind of lot split somehow is consistent with the Land Development Code, according to staff. Nothing has changed in Palmacia West. The same number of parcels exist that you have in front of you. No new land has been added or annexed in. There's never been a rezoning or PD in our neighborhood. And the new homes that have been built on existing lots as older homes were torn down. As the famous catcher Yogi Berra would say, it's like déjà vu all over again. On July 12th, 4 of us from the neighborhood met with Abby Feely and LaShawn Dock for 30 minutes. We asked why the prior report was not considered as a precedent for the same PD across the street. Abby said that her report was correct, and she stands by the recommendations. So we were quite surprised when the new revised report said that the lot split on San Carlos was consistent, and the 2012 report isn't even mentioned in there. This was the new information brought to their attention that LaShawn alluded to at the second hearing. That's what caused it to be canceled, in my opinion. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and you should look back on prior decisions for guidance. So now you have 3 staff reports, one that was so confusing and inaccurate that second reading was canceled, one that, in my opinion, is still confusing and misleading, and you have Abby Feely's report, which she says was correct then and is correct now. The new revised report would have you believe that the single block of Cameron Avenue containing 7 houses, and you can see that on there, determines the character of the entire neighborhood. Furthermore, staff believes that the block face which isn't in the code anywhere. I don't know that I know what block face means, but it's certainly not part of your code. Of 4 lots on the east side of Cameron is the most important factor in their analysis and overrides all the other lots that you see on that color map. In fact, you really can ignore the colors on that map. This is blue versus all of the other colors that are on there, which are all 60 feet and larger. The blue lots are, well, I'll get to that. If you look at the map, there are conveniently 3 of the 20 blue non-conforming lots on the block face. So this seems to be the argument that changing a conforming parcel, the subject parcel, to 2 or more non-conforming parcels makes sense. This is cherry picking, when the truth is that 90% of the 214 lots on that map are wider than 60 feet, and 70% are wider than 70 feet. They clearly meet our zoning. When Palmacia West was zoned RS 75, these blue lots were grandfathered in. They're still buildable lots, but they don't meet the current zoning. And those all have houses on those. These blue lots are not representative of the neighborhood, and creating 2 more is inconsistent with Palmacia West, which has almost 600 homes if you expand that out to the borders of Dale Mabry and Morrison Avenue. The petitioner and staff want to, and I'm quoting, reestablish the platted lots for the remainder of the block face to be consistent with the existing development patterns of the block, as well as the minimum lot requirements for both the Res 6 land use and the RS 75 zoning district. And that's on page 4. This is nonsense. This parcel was sold and developed in the 50s as 1 lot, just like all the other lots, and this is completely opposite of the verbiage in the 2012 report that you have, which says the proposed lot split and creation of 2 lots is inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the surrounding impacted neighborhood. This is frankly just spot zoning. Council was looking for legs on the stool. You have these now. You've got Abby Feely's report, which is on point. You've got the color map, as you can see, the much larger lots in there versus the grandfather lots that are blue. You've got the testimony of neighbors who are here tonight who are subject matter experts, and the comp plan that states that the character of the neighborhood must be protected, and they will speak to that. And 4th, the 75-foot frontage has been there for 60 years, and it hasn't been challenged, and it has no bearing, really. It shouldn't have any bearing on this particular case. This is all competent and substantial evidence that you should consider. Lastly, I want to say, the people that have bought lots and built houses in Palmacia West have an expectation and a right to have the RS 75 zoning enforced. They built their houses to fit their lots. They followed the city codes and the rules and regulations. That's all we're asking. Everybody follows the same rules. Everybody follows the same rules. Councilman Miranda was a professional baseball player. He knows what playing by the rules means. With the evidence in front of you and in the record, you have to vote no on this rezoning. I heard the term underutilization used. I don't see that on the map. These lots are bigger, way bigger than 55 feet if you look out on it. So that's all I had to say. I didn't need all the extra time. I just want to make sure that you understand how this map works, because it seems like it was confusing at the first hearing with all these colors on it. So it's blue and everything else in my mind, because I'm colorblind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You're going to admit these as evidence? You want us to keep these for evidence?
Yes, sir. They are in the record, but I would like you to keep those.
Thank you.
Well, usually you can see up there if it shows, but just put it there. If you can't see, don't worry about it.
Ms. Bennett, if you're ready.
I think she has asking for some additional time as well.
Okay.
Is it Jim McMahon?
Please stand or wave.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Robin Reeves?
Thank you.
Margaret Gustafson? Larry Belcher, Max Gustafson, Ann Person, and Alfred Farias.
Thank you. So that is 6 extra minutes?
7.
7.
7, thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa. Please look at this evacuation map. I want you to look at South Tampa. What happens when there's a mandatory evacuation of zones A and B? And God help us if they evacuate zone C. I just want to point out that the rest of the city, a lot of it is not in an evacuation zone, and the areas that are, they can go in lots of different directions to get out. South Tampa can go in only one direction, and it's all in a low evacuation zone. The comp plan recognizes this and explicitly says there are 6 levels of intensity for development. South Tampa is level 1 in yellow, no change, because it has environmental qualities that would be compromised by urbanization. It has limited access to transportation facilities, which would be inefficient to improve. It has limited opportunities to create more community facilities, open spaces or services, and it is on unstable and flood-prone land. That's what the comp plan says. This is from City Attorney Gina Grimes. Courts have ruled that it has never been the law that a landowner is entitled to the highest and best use of his land, and that the courts maintain that a zoning classification is presumed to be valid. Gene Duncan pointed to this map and told council that this is where Tampa's growth must be. This is where it makes sense. This is where it is beneficial. It's not in South Tampa. Next one. Randy Goers said this map shows a high intensity of growth in South Tampa that is of great concern. He pointed to 3 planning districts that have room for growth and said these, he pointed to 3 that have room for growth would benefit from growth and needed the investment that is being funneled to South Tampa instead. He was so concerned he advocated for a moratorium on multifamily building south of Gandy. He was not rewarded for his honesty. My point is that we need more housing, but it is foolish to put it in South Tampa. Next. I cannot count how many times I have been told that even if city council or the legal department or city staff or the heads of every department want to do something, they cannot. They must abide by the language in the comp plan. Look at the green paper I gave you. It has 8 citations from the comp plan which say you must deny this incompatible, inconsistent, out of character, extreme lot split. LU policy 9.5.4 sums it up. Maintain the current density and character of existing single-family areas. Protect areas of the lowest density and predominantly single-family residential use. This is an extreme lot split because it is 40 feet smaller than the required 150 feet. It's only 110 feet. Additionally, they want to skip down 2 Euclidean zoning categories. I've never seen that before. They're asking to go from RS 75 past RS 60 down to RS 50. And they would need a comp plan amendment to change the land use too. Next. They did one heck of a workaround by asking for a PD. You can see, remove RS 50 and replace with PD. PDs are not supposed to be used as a loophole to avoid zoning law. On your green sheet, LU policy 1.2.28, limit the use of planned development rezoning. The code mandated 1,320 feet analysis found only 9% were the size of this request. Staff also analyzed both sides of one block and found 57% were large, the majority. They could not find a majority of small lots until they analyzed one side of one block. Legal cases often refer to the reasonable person standard. Well, a reasonable person would think this is ridiculous that a neighborhood is only one side of one block. But somehow, even though 2 of their 3 evaluations found a majority large lot, staff decided that those 3 small lots on one side of one block were more important and outweighed all the other data, even though there is nothing in the code to support that completely illogical conclusion. And I just want to ask you, if you look at this map right here, are you saying that if you take your kids for a bike ride, there's like an invisible force field here and here. So you're gonna ride down the street and then you're gonna hit the force field and try and ride back and ride back and ride back. And then while you're doing it, make sure you do like this, because you only wanna see one side of the block, because that's all that counts. That's a neighborhood. I mean, does that sound like something a reasonable person would believe? The code for lot splits mandates that the 1,320 feet, that's not it, oh well, must be used to determine the development pattern and compatibility. There is nothing saying a block face is the most important, because there is no block face. Block averaging of front setbacks is in the code, but in a different section, only for front setbacks in East Tampa and West Tampa overlays. So it is completely irrelevant to this. I understand all neighborhoods aren't the same, and you can't always go 1,320 feet. They must get as close to that requirement as possible. Therefore, the 1,320 finding of majority large lot carries more weight than any optional, non-sanctioned evaluations. That's good, leave it there. Here's more competent substantial evidence. In 2012, there's an attempted lot split of the lot catty-cornered from this one. That was the only other attempt ever made in this neighborhood. In 2012, Abby Feely found it inconsistent with the pattern of development, and City Council, including Councilman Miranda, voted it down. No small lot has been developed in this neighborhood since the 1950s, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can listen to what Abby Feely had to say on the first, and I also want to point that out on the first page of her report, in the plan she found inconsistent, they were asking for 69.5-foot lots. That's only 5.5 feet short of what's required. This is 20, and she said no. This is 20 feet shorter than the requirement, only 55-foot lots. Today's requested lot is the large, okay, I want you to look at this page here. Sorry. Let's compare the data. The largest sample found only 9% of the lots were less than 60 feet, which is what the applicant is requesting. 30% are less than 75 feet. Ms. Feely's largest sample found 38% were less than 75 feet, which is more than what they're asking for today, yet she found it inconsistent because the majority determines the character and development pattern of a neighborhood. The second analysis found 43 and 42, roughly the same, but Ms. Feely found it inconsistent because the majority rules, small lots, majority is large lots. The staff's analysis of block face 23 of the one block of Cameron on both sides found that the majority of that 67, oh shoot. 57% were large. Abby found basically the same thing. On the block face alone is the only place where Abby found that the small lots were in the majority. And even though she found that, she still concluded that it was inconsistent. I'm going to read from her report. Block 25 contains the subject property and 2 lots of less than 75 feet. That's only 3 lots. The structures on those lots were constructed in 1950 and 58. Based on the existing development pattern of the surrounding properties, the majority of the lots are conforming to the existing RS 75, and the creation of the 2 lots on a PD is inconsistent. Furthermore, review of the zoning atlas illustrates that for this area, there have been no other PDs to establish lots than 75 feet. Those structures existing on lots with less than 75 feet were legal prior to the zoning conformance and the City of Tampa zoning code in 1956. The predominant pattern for the surrounding area is described is consistent with RS 75. There are lots with less than 75, but they were plotted before 1987 and 1956. They were not created through a rezoning or a PD. Pursuant to the analysis of the surrounding areas, the predominant development pattern of the surrounding area is conforming to the R75 with lot width of 75 or greater. Therefore, the proposed lot split and creation of 2 lots is inconsistent. This is what she said. In this case, the predominant is 75 or more. 58% had 75 feet. There hasn't been any rezoning in this area to create any other lots, so everything you saw there was 1950, 55, and 51. This presents the first split in this area. No PDs, no 75, RS 75s, nothing appears to have been touched in that area since zoning conformance. The predominant pattern is consistent with the existing zoning, and staff found this request to be inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the area. I seek to implore the same standard of review on each and every case. The reds outweighed the blues, so that's what I present to you. I couldn't say it better myself. Years ago, I had a dispute with Ms. Feely about 2 lots that were only 6 feet short of the requirement. I'll never forget what she said. We must quantify things. If we don't quantify, it becomes suggestive and we have chaos. And that is what has happened here. There is no quantification of the data. The requirements of the code are not being considered. You have a subjective report instead of an analytical report, and you have chaos. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please stand or raise your hand?
Mispronouncing his name, I think. There he is.
Thank you.
And Cynthia Leaving. There you go.
Thank you. You have 2 extra minutes.
Thank you, council members. My name is Peter King. I am a resident of Thomasville West since 2008, the last 14 years. I'm the new kid on the block. There's been a lot of people who've been there a lot longer than I have, but I have become very familiar with the neighborhood. I walk it daily with my dog Annie. We are very pleased with the character of the neighborhood as it exists right now. So I'm here to speak a little bit about the character of the neighborhood. I'm also going to talk a little bit about my expectancy when I moved into the neighborhood. So first of all, I want to refer back to the lot pattern for rezoning. I'm going to reiterate a couple of points. Mr. McNabb talked about blue versus red. The actual number of parcels in this lot pattern is 214. You see that right there. The lots that are below 60 feet are 21. Character of the neighborhood. One of the things that drew me to the neighborhood when I was shopping for property there in 2006 was the predominant size of the lots exceeded, 65, 70, 75 feet. I like the larger lots. They have lots of trees on them. There's a nice canopy of oaks throughout the neighborhood. We're starting to lose some of those, which is regrettable. And a lot of that's because of the development that's going on in the neighborhood. So we're trying to retain that character. I'm going to show you 2 things. This is my lot here. I live on San Obispo. I've got a 100 by 100 lot. I have 4 children. We needed a little bit of space to build a little bit bigger house. We knocked down the house that was there. We built a 3,840 square foot home. We love it, and we love the neighborhood. We love our neighbors. The lot at issue here is 110 feet. Okay, so it's about 10 feet larger than ours. I want to show you some pictures of what a 3,840 square foot house looks like on a 100-foot lot. This is my backyard. The tree line here, all these birds and all these palms back here, that's on the fence line. The edge of the pool, there's Annie, by the way. On the back side of this pool, I have about 4 feet to the fence. I have a 12-foot pool. It's not large. So we have more or less taken a 3,800 square foot house and tried to really jam it into a 100-foot lot. Okay? You can see here another photo from a different angle that shows the fence line in the back. We did obtain an administrative variance of 5 feet on the San Obispo side to accommodate our garage. And so we were granted that, and you can see where the garage extends here. We don't have any more room on this side. We would have needed a significant variance to do more than that. This is the front of the home. We have a 25-foot setback. That's code. We filled it up. On the north side of the house over here, we've got the 7-foot setback. So we have used every available foot of the lot to build a 3,840 square foot home on. This is the shot from the front, down the front. So, and I do have copies of these, which I'll give you these in a second. My point is, what I'm hearing from the petitioner is plans for 56 or 5,700 square foot homes. That's half again bigger than my home on lots that are half the size. So when we're talking about character of the neighborhood, we're talking a lot about proportionality, about what the neighborhood looks like, what it feels like. What we're gonna get are two Don Cesars plopped right down in this little block. And I was very interested to hear the petitioner as well as the staff focus your attention on this one block right here. That's their argument, that it's compatible with this one little block right here. What they don't want you to look at is the entire lot pattern. And you can see all of the red. There's tons of it. And 90+% of those lots are not blue. So we're trying to avoid more blue lots because it detracts from the character of the neighborhood. It detracts from the beauty of the neighborhood. It's going to result in fewer trees. It's going to result in more traffic. I heard something about 9 parking spaces for 2 homes. Okay, that seems excessive to me, but that's their plan. So when I bought my lot, I bought it because I like the size of the lots. If you are going to award this petition, what's next? Where are we going next? Beach Park, Sunset Park, Hyde Park, Gray Gables? That's what's going to happen, because if you grant this one, how are you going to deny the next one? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm William Knuff. I live in the 4,000 block of West San Carlos. My big concern is actually you're going to have this planned development of 11,000 square foot of home, multiple driveways, multiple hard surfaces, impervious. We in South Tampa, and the city is very aware of this, has forever had flooding. We are a low-lying, low-grade area. There's nothing we can do about that. Everyone knows basic hydrodynamics. The lower the grade, the slower the water runoff. The higher the grade, the faster the water runs off. There's nothing we can do that will stop this from flooding. This planned development will give you all these hard surfaces, impervious surfaces, where nowhere for that water to go. This picture is the corner of my house, the intersection of San Carlos and Grady, and the flooding that takes place with just normal heavy summer rains. Imagine which more a precedent of all this planned development with less pervious surfaces, with nowhere for the water to go. We are going to flood South Tampa forever. Already the houses that are, mine was built in 1954. Already the houses in South Tampa are having issues with flooding whenever we ever had these heavy rains. This is going to make it much worse and exasperate the situation. The city knows South Tampa floods. You know the problem. This planned development of 11,000 square foot of housing with driveways, sidewalks, and streets, there's no place for the water to go. You're going to flood us out. We can't have this continue. My second issue is San Carlos has no sidewalks. The city at one time said, oh, developers, when they bulldoze the houses and put up new houses, they'll put in sidewalks. That hasn't happened. I don't know why. Some of them have, some of them haven't. We have to walk in the street in San Carlos. We now have 9 parking spots, multiple driveways with additional cars. The only way in and out of Cameron, because the dead-end street, is through San Miguel and San Carlos. All the kids walk to school. The city knows the problem with kids walking to the high school at Plant High. They had to put a stop sign in at church in San Carlos just to stop the traffic enough for the children to safely get to school. We need a safe neighborhood. We need a non-flooding neighborhood. If the city approves this, we won't have this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, council members, Bob Aberger, 540 Bosphorus, and I have been sworn. It's good to see you again and some new faces. I serve as the zoning chair for Davis Island Civic Association, and I'm here with the authority of the board to lend our voice in opposition to this zoning change to a PD. I don't lend my voice lightly to these matters. I reviewed the file extensively and did the homework, and I would tell you that I think the good news here is you have an opportunity to take a fresh look at this. I found when I did the deep homework that the evidence to find it inconsistent was compelling, and the evidence in support basically was a cloister of historical bad planning and bad precedent. There's really two considerations that I'd ask you to lean upon, and the first really is the Pandora's box of setting precedent. Again, all of the other 50s and sub are from the 1950s, grandfathered in. There are a lot of neighborhoods where they're going to be chomping at the bit to do exactly this. The second thing, and the other speakers have spoken well to it, but I hark back in, 2012, I had the chance to chair the Economic Competitiveness Task Force for Mayor Buckhorn and you all. One of the things we tried to get in that report and did not achieve was the concept that our land use code should incent development where it belongs and disincent it where it does not. It belongs where there's roadway capacity, where there's transit, or where there is plans for roadway capacity in transit. It does not belong, because effectively this request is granting a density credit, does not belong in the area of primary evacuation routes and low-lying land. So tonight, you've got these folks really appealing to you to protect the character of their neighborhood, which they invested in, and I'm here to appeal to you to not set precedent that soon will be knocking at my door on Davis Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman
Mr.
Vieira.
Chair. Carlson.
I'm sorry, Councilman
Sorry, I know
Carlson.
it. Appreciate you all letting us do this remotely. Mr. Aberger, could you please share with us your professional background and experience also?
Yes. I was a commercial developer running Trammell Crow Company for 20 years for the state of Florida. I'm a commercial broker, lead AP, mortgage broker. I then left and led Mr. Vinnick's development, assemblage, and master planning before becoming hardcore unemployed, retired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Pam Canella. I oppose the rezoning of 4111 San Carlos. Most of the policies, objectives, and goals used by staff to support this development are just numbers. What is important to know is that our Tampa Comprehensive Plan, our city ordinance, and Florida statutes' first priority in its goals, policies, and objective is to protect the safety and welfare and the quality of life of the residents of its neighborhoods. Also, to promote responsible growth and development in keeping with the integrity and character of the neighborhoods. This proposal for rezoning does none of that. It is not about responsible development. It's about the developer maximizing his profits. This is not a hardship. The current zoning allows him to build with profit, as the other developers have done in our neighborhood. It is our right to expect the integrity and character of our neighborhood to remain without change. It is our right to expect our city to enforce and protect our neighborhood we've chosen to live in, because these goals, objectives, and policies are written in our Tampa Comprehensive Plan, our City of Tampa Ordinance, and our Florida statutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Cindy Farias. I have lived in the Palmacia West neighborhood for 23 years. One of the reasons I bought in this neighborhood is because of the lot sizes. I live across the street from the lot that the owner is trying to split. 10 years ago, I came before the council to uphold the comp plan for my neighborhood because another across the street neighbor wanted to split that lot. At that time, the council upheld the comp plan and did not allow the lot to be split. In fact, I know of no other lot in our neighborhood that has ever been divided since then, since that 2012. It has been my observance that once this is allowed, it sets a precedence for others to follow suit. The comp plan has not changed. The comp plan policies require, and I quote, careful consideration of adverse impacts to surrounding neighborhoods. It states that The city should protect low-density, single-family residential areas, including density characteristics, and maintain the current density of single areas. This project infringes upon multiple comp plan LU policies. Splitting this lot allows for doubling the housing. If this continues to happen, our low-density, single-family residential area will no longer be low density. As it stands right now, the plans for the new homes are for 2 houses that are each over 5,700 square feet. These 2 homes have at least 4, maybe 5 driveways exiting onto the main road. Our neighborhood has only a few sidewalks. Right now, when people walk and bicycle with their families down our street, they use the main road. If this trend is allowed to start, the safety of our families is at stake. The integrity of our neighborhood will be compromised. One of the reasons you do the work you do is to protect our neighborhoods in the city of Tampa. I know that our fine city is changing in many ways. With these changes, new rules and regulations will be made. Until then, the rules which have already been established should be maintained. Therefore, I am asking you to uphold the comp plan that is in effect today and deny the rezoning of the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Alan Mason. I live in the Palma Cia West neighborhood. When my wife and I moved to the Tampa Bay area 8.5 years ago for a career opportunity, we looked at homes in St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Palm Harbor, Riverview, plus other places in Hillsborough County and Tampa. And we always came back to our first choice, South Tampa. Beautiful neighborhoods, great schools, all close by. Outstanding walking, running, and biking neighborhoods with convenient access to shopping, downtown amenities, recreation, the airport, and all of this centrally located to the rest of the Tampa Bay region. That's why we bought our new home in South Tampa. I walk and run in our neighborhoods daily. I've been amazed at the number of new homes which have been built in South Tampa over the past 6 or so years, almost every one on an existing lot, as far as I can tell. Continuing at a rapid pace to this day, and significantly enhancing property values and the tax base. The precedent that has been set in South Tampa seems to be successful. So why change what's working? And why do it by setting a new precedent that will surely lead to more requests to split lots in the future? Why risk changing the character of our neighborhoods, potentially cutting down trees, increasing traffic, overloading existing schools, changing the density, identity, and livability of neighborhoods that fit the existing Tampa comp plan? So I want to say thank you to Council members Maniscalco and Carlson for voting against the zoning change at the June meeting. I respectfully ask the rest of our council members to reconsider your votes to approve this split lot zoning request, to vote unprecedented in the history of the Palma Cia West Neighborhood Association. Thank you very much for your service to our city, for your time, for your attention, for your consideration. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Ivy Gustafson, and my children and I live at 4108 West San Carlos Street, directly across the street, the lot that's being discussed tonight. We have lived on San Carlos for approximately 5 years, but my family and I have been a member of the Tampa community for over 100 years. My great-grandfather was a reader in the Ybor City factories, and my grandparents settled in Beach Park and Palma Cia in the early 1940s. I am here today to defend the current zoning at 4111 West San Carlos. As someone who has spent almost my entire life in South Tampa, the petition to divide this lot greatly concerns me. My children were born in the DC area, and my decision to return home to Tampa was based entirely on my desire to raise my children in South Tampa. The urban density of the DC area and the traffic congestion and resulting concrete and safety issues that come with that was something I decidedly did not want for them. South Tampa's current zoning and larger lots provide an abundance of green space and shade, safe, walkable neighborhoods free of traffic and congestion, and a true suburban feel. Dividing this lot will destroy a long-established integrity of our neighborhood, and the planning that has been upheld since the neighborhood was established more than 60 years ago. By allowing almost 12,000 square feet of living space to be built on a lot that was never intended and never zoned for such aggressive development, unprecedented and unwanted density will certainly be brought to Palmacia West. The proposed zoning changes clearly violate the established city comp plan that requires the preservation of our neighborhood's character. Additionally, there is the ever-present issue of stormwater runoff, proper drainage, and flooding. One of the central reasons I moved to Palmacia West was the fact that the water mitigation was more favorable than it was in Sunset Park where I previously lived. Even still, I have invested thousands of dollars into my current home to mitigate flooding issues and still have additional work to do. The proposed lot division and building plans will permanently cover land that is desperately needed for water absorption. And those that will be most affected by this man-made runoff are the neighbors, those with newer builds and older homes. These neighbors have worked within the established zoning guidelines to simultaneously provide desirable homes for their families and maintain the needed green space for the overall good of our neighborhood. Our neighborhoods were developed almost 100 years ago to establish and maintain an identity, a suburban oasis of single-family homes full of green spaces and trees where neighbors can share coffee and conversation while they walk their dogs and watch their children play. We know that Tampa's population is increasing daily, and it is the duty of our community and the officials that we elect to preserve for future generations our neighborhoods that those before us invested so much to create. I strongly urge you to vote against this proposed rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joanne McNabb. I've lived in Palmacia West for 47 years. I've been active in the Neighborhood Association. I'm sorry, I have extra minutes here.
Rissa Canella?
Please stand or wave.
She did.
Okay.
Gay Jones? Thank you.
2 extra minutes.
Okay. I'll start again. I've lived in Palmacia West for 47 years, and I've been active in the Neighborhood Association, delivering newsletters, notices, walking the neighborhood for all of those years. I'm an expert on the character of our neighborhood, and on all of these years, we've never had a rezoning to divide a parcel approved. I've attended hearings here for different reasons, and I thank you, council members, for your service to the city of Tampa. I wasn't sure we were going to be allowed to reference the first meeting, but I have heard quite a few references to it. I also attended the first hearing of this request on June 9th, and I want to thank Councilman Maniscalco for taking the time to look at the city codes and policies on the paper in front of you in order to make his informed decision to deny this request for rezoning, and he was seconded by Councilman Carlson. Thank you, gentlemen. Those codes require that the complete character of a neighborhood be considered before a rezoning is granted. That character is determined by going out 1,320 feet into the neighborhood, not just by looking at the subject block. Hence, the block-colored map generated by the City Planning and Development Department. I do believe that the majority of council members at that first hearing misunderstood that map and thought that blue, yellow, and red blocks were all compatible with the rezoning request. City staff's transcript shows that Mr. Hussein even kind of sloughed through a look at the map and told you all that here you see red, blue, yellow, and you see how it's all compatible. And it didn't delineate the difference, as we've been trying to tell you, that there's only a small percentage that are the blue lots. The rest are all larger. It's less than 10%, so that's not compatibility. Okay, and am I allowed to ask council a question?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Some of us met with city staff, and they told us that the term block face is not in the code, and one staffer even said that They started with a micro look at the subject block and then moved out from that, which also is against code. You're supposed to look at the whole 1320. So I'm just really concerned that that one statement about block face, and it's only the east side of South Cameron, is what is determining their belief that it's consistent. It just doesn't fit when the other two statements both confirmed that there were larger lots. There were also some comments made from the petitioner that this lot split is the same as the two lots it backs up to. They are not the same. Those lots were grandfathered in when the 75-foot zoning went in. One has been in the same family for 3 generations and now has a new house on it. But it is not 5,670 square feet, nor does it have 2 double driveways and a circle driveway. Same with the house next to it, where a new house is being built. It is not as large either. The setbacks on this project are also concerning. They do not fit the character of the neighborhood. The homes in this project will be multi-million-dollar homes and do not help with the housing crisis in Tampa. The original platted lots, the map that's on the second page of the revised form from the city planners, shouldn't even be considered here. It's not, it's from 100 years ago, and it's not the way the lots are being used now. The color map tells you how the lots are being used now. We also have concerns for flooding. We do not have curbs. Water collects and sits. Some of the outflows are not where the water runs. As Ivy told you, she spent a lot of money at her house. My family has spent thousands of dollars on a mitigation since we are the low yard for 3 blocks around us. Decreasing the percolating ground by dividing this lot will cause more flooding. We're not opposed to a new build on this property, but 2 large houses on 2 smaller lots will cause undue hardship with regard to flooding, increased traffic, more driveways, and a feeling of density that is not in character. Please again, refer to the level 1, no significant change on the comp plan. That's us, that's South Tampa. A letter from the builder said this is to be developed as a family multi-generational homestead. Squeezing 2 houses into 1 lot to make a family compound is not compatible in our neighborhood. The applicant knew what the zoning was when the property was purchased. We want you to protect our property rights also.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Dufer. I live in Palmacia West for 16 years, in South Tampa for 22 years. We are a retired military family. We have lived all over the world. We chose to live in South Tampa. I am very familiar with my neighborhood as I walk it every day. I've seen a lot of changes. Progress is everywhere. Progress is not bad. Lot splits like this one erode the character of our neighborhood. It increases traffic, loss of green space. There is an increased water runoff, then an increase of flooding. The 75-foot zoning needs to stay in place for everyone. We chose to buy a home in South Tampa because of the great features. We had our grandchildren live with us for many years. They had lots of space to play. It was easy to walk or bike to the park, to the schools, to the store. We expect the characteristics and the density of our neighborhood to be protected by the zoning ordinance. We have the right to expect and to preserve the neighborhood that we chose to live in. Older homes are now being torn down. They're being replaced by bigger homes on their original lot. It is important for you to know the lots that are smaller than 75 feet are grandfathered in because they were bought and built in the 50s, before the 75-foot zoning. There are very few of them. Let it stay that way. Few fewer 55. It is important to preserve our neighborhood space. If you approve the split of this 110-foot lot, it will go against the 75-foot zoning. It is in place to preserve our current level of living space, green space, traffic flow, and school environment. Please do not allow the lot split. Thank you for your time. The future of our neighborhood is now in your hands.
Thank you.
Heinz Duffer? Are you in the room? Could you raise your hand? Yes, thank you. Mike Fanning? Thank you. And Jeremy Kruger? Thank you.
3 extra minutes, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nelson Bosque. I'm a resident of Palmacio West. The registered owner of 4111 West San Carlos Street lives around the corner from the subject property here. He's owned property in this neighborhood since the 1990s. He's well aware that the lot was, that Palmacio West consists of larger lots. They are not being denied any rights that they're entitled to. They are asking for a special favor, an exception to the rules that have existed for the past 66 years. They are seeking rezoning of this lot for financial reasons and not in the best interest of our neighborhood. Ever since I moved into the neighborhood, the house that was on that lot was in disrepair. I am talking overgrown landscaping, boarded up windows, abandoned cars on the property, debris in the front porch, window AC units because the apparent central AC system was not working. I say this because the owner had no other choice but to level the house that was on the lot because it was beyond, it was possibly inhabitable. It is my understanding that the area that this board must consider in order to approve or deny this rezoning consists of 1/4 of an acre of an area, or around 1,320 feet from the subject property, and I believe it totals around 214 homes. This is the. I have studied this area, and it appears to me that less than 10% of the homes in this subject area have a frontage of 55 feet. That subject area, yes, sorry. That would mean that over 90% of the lots have a frontage of over 55 feet. While I have not studied the entire Palmacio West area, I believe the percentages of lots 55 feet or under would be significantly less in the entire homeowners area. The character of our neighborhood is overwhelmingly big lots with lots of green space and mature shady trees. Catty corner to the subject property is 4202 San Carlos. This lot is actually bigger than the subject lot measuring 113 by 139 versus the subject lot measuring 110 by 139. 10 years ago, this council denied the rezoning of this lot because it was not consistent or compatible with the neighborhood. As I mentioned, that lot was actually a little bigger than the one you are considering today. That denial was right then, and it is right today, because nothing has changed. While I know that this is not a hearing on stormwater or drainage, I do want to point out that changing the front footprint of this lot will undoubtedly impact drainage of our neighborhood and our homes. It is my understanding from contractors that I know that the city of Tampa has been denying some permits due to drainage issues, particularly in South Tampa. Keeping green space is important to South Tampa due to flooding. Placing 2 homes with a total of 4 double driveways on this one lot will significantly decrease the amount of green space this lot has and as it was designed in the 1960s. While I know this is not a school board hearing, I want to tell you that adding homes to the zoning of Mabry, Coleman, and Plant will indeed impact those already overcrowded schools. I know firsthand, as I have 3 children, that either go or have gone to those schools. I am active in the parent-teacher organizations as well as other boards of those schools, and can tell you that at Plant, for example, Students that arrive a few minutes after the bell rings are not considered tardy due to the fact that teachers and administrators understand it is impossible to navigate the halls. At Plant, a portion of the library is closed during lunch to accommodate students so they can eat. The cafeteria is unable to accommodate the different lunches. The lot that is being considered to be built already comes with a 15-foot easement because it is a corner lot. Splitting this lot will undoubtedly cause an obstruction to the cars going north on Cameron. There was a sketch that was brought up here that showed a giant circular driveway. Clearly, cars will have to be parked there. Because of the size of this house is not going to have a backyard, which means landscaping, children playing, anything that you would traditionally do in a backyard is going to have to be done in the front yard. Again, as you're driving north or south on Cameron, it's going to be impossible to see onto San Carlos. As a resident and real estate professional that lives and works in Palmacia West, I am asking for this board to please deny this request. Your decision to grant this petitioner the right to split this lot will forever impact Palmacia West. It will change what the founding developers and city planners designed the neighborhood to be in the 1960s. I have been selling real estate in Tampa for almost 20 years and can tell you that buyers are attracted to Palmacia West because of the size of the lots. This block of a few homes on Cameron Street is not descriptive of what Palmacia West is. Just recently, I reviewed an appraiser's review of a property on that same street, and the appraiser noted their lot as, quote, legal, non-conforming, grandfathered use, because it does not conform with the neighborhood. I ask that you please consider all of Palmacia West when making your decision, and not just the block facing the subject property. The block is not significant of Palmacia West. I also understand from research done by another neighbor that the city of Tampa has a growth comprehensive plan, but that South Tampa is not one of the areas considered for growth in terms of development in this plan. Please vote against this rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Isidro Fernandez. I am a resident of the South Tampa neighborhood for over 50 years. I like the neighborhood, this neighborhood, mainly for the space the large lots offered. I did not feel cramped next to the house next door. This neighborhood did not have the feel of the so common subdivisions today that all homes are designed and are painted the same and are packed next to each other with limited area between homes. These larger lots allowed space for more landscaping and more trees, and I am quite content today that the trees on my lot offer a 10 to 15 degree difference from shade to no shade area, along with acting as a buffer for wind and flying debris and protecting my house from the detrimental effects of direct sunlight. The larger lots offer more space to enjoy for kids and adults alike. When I bought in this neighborhood, I had no intentions of attempting to change any legal zoning regulations. I understood what I had and the protections it offered to the neighborhood. That is the benefit of legal zoning and property rights. Buying a home for me was a long-term decision to stay in this neighborhood and maintain what protections exist. I expect the rest of the neighborhood to maintain the same for the quality and benefit of all who live here. The deterioration and weakening variance of zoning regs has allowed more undesirable characteristics to the character of the neighborhood. Allowing this property to be divided will also increase density to the neighborhood and set improper course for the future. The South Tampa area has been inundated with additional condos, larger homes, multifamily homes in certain neighborhoods, all adding to the problems that come with this unmanaged growth of increased traffic, stress, increased infrastructure costs, crime, and a lesser quality of life. Allowing more homes will also reduce environmental benefits by decreasing green space for proper drainage in an area that already is prone to frequent flooding, and nothing the city has done with the taxation for stormwater improvement has improved the flooding problem in South Tampa. And with this continued expansion, the flooding situation in South Tampa will never be remedied. And the flooding will only get worse. Also, there is the issue of overcrowding of the schools. I've heard from neighbors and my nieces and nephews of the situation at Plant and Coleman with overflowing classrooms and hallways. That does not create a proper forum for stress-free education. There's also the issue of evacuations during a crisis. The more residents you pack into one area, the more difficult it will be to evacuate. This neighborhood already has proper zoning regs. Everyone that bought here knew what they were buying. It is not up to someone to change our neighborhood zoning just for the sake of increasing the profit and throwing out the window the wonderful characteristics that exist to protect the quality of this neighborhood. We urge you to maintain the standards that exist, to maintain the character of the neighborhood, and for the quality of life that it provides. If you allow this to come to be, you are not representative of the well-intended residents of this area. I sincerely request that you oppose this rezoning change. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have pictures, and I'm not really sure how this magic thing works. Do I just put them down there, or how does it work? Just put it on there?
Yes, and then, there we go, we got it up, and then
Oh,
turn
it's
it,
upside down.
yeah.
Lori McMahon. I have lived at my present address for 35 years, which is the adjacent property and would be the proposed 7-foot side of the rezoning. I love my neighborhood and I love my yard. I enjoy the outdoors, especially my neighborhood along with my backyard. I would like to reference Charlie Miranda. I saw him on TV stating the city of Tampa's success is based on the people, residents, feeling they belong. Mr. Miranda was referencing Ybor City, which I know was close to his heart. Did I mention I love my neighborhood and I really enjoy spending my time in my backyard? I oppose the rezoning for the 4111 San Carlos due to the fact this will change the characteristic of the neighborhood. Specifically, it will give the feeling of just another concrete jungle or city in anywhere USA. The feeling of belonging to the city of Tampa will be eroded and lost. I would like to share with you my backyard. You got a sneak preview. There has been a lot of sweat equity put into this backyard. When there is a structure 7 feet away, it will no longer be the tranquil, peaceful, relaxing backyard it is now. I chose to make my home here 35 years ago because it is a quiet neighborhood. I did not choose to live downtown where people are elbow to elbow. I chose to live in this neighborhood for the characteristic of the space. I did not choose to live in a cement jungle. We have an oak tree on the proposed 7-foot side of the 4111 San Carlos property. This is 7 feet from the tip of my finger to the floor. That is 7 feet. Who would like me to call them when my oak tree dies due to interference of the tree roots? You can say it's addressed by the builder. However, have you ever had a builder tell you a fib? How would you feel if this was your house? My street, Cameron, is a dead-end street, and the proposed homes have parking for 9 cars. Presently, my block has 6 cars. That would be a 150% increase in cars at a minimum. Along with the cars, the driveways are concrete, limited green space, the drainage will change, not in a positive manner. That's common sense. In summary, let's go back to Mr. Miranda. And what he said about Tampa's success is based on residents feeling they belong. If you approve this zoning request, the feeling of belonging to the city of Tampa will be eroded and lost. A concrete jungle does not fit this neighborhood. Be honest with yourself. Walk in the shoes of the residents, and please deny the zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ali Mansour.
Just as a matter of procedure, Ali is the son of the owner, and I just want to confirm with council if you want them to speak with that rebuttal or separately with the public.
I mean, you've spoken as the representative. I mean, this could go into your rebuttal time, actually, if that's.
I just don't want to run afoul of the procedure, so I have the opportunity to speak.
He could have spoken when you made your case in chief, but at this point in time, you're basically going, I think, toward your rebuttal time. So you can divide that up as you will.
I think I won't need to speak that long, so I think that makes the most sense. So, well, is there? If there's no one else in opposition, I'd like to.
We're going to have 4 speakers online.
Okay. So, just a moment.
Go ahead.
No, just wait a moment. You come with rebuttal. Just wait.
All right, we do have 4 speakers waiting online. Samantha Sparks, Thomas Connolly, Ken Berry, and Nancy Del Rosa. and I am going to need to see your faces, and you are going to need to be sworn in. If I can get as many of the 4 speakers up as possible, so we
Chair,
can.
this is Queen,
Yes.
Deputy City Clerk. Miss Nancy Del Rosa is not logged on at this time. Kenneth Berry, I have sent several requests for him to turn on his video. He has not done so yet, but he is on, so you have the 2 speakers in front of you at this moment.
Ms. Sparks, Mr. Connolly, if you could raise your right hand.
I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Ladies first. Ms. Sparks?
Hello, my name is Samantha Sparks, and I have lived in South Tampa my whole life, and I strongly oppose this rezoning. The issue I'd like to speak to is our neighborhood public schools. As a student, I attended Mabry Elementary, Coleman Middle, and I graduated from Plant High School in May of 2021. I know firsthand the issues students and teachers face with overcrowded schools. When classroom sizes increase, teachers aren't able to give one-on-one or small group instruction on a regular basis, which causes many struggling students to fall even further behind. Overcrowded classrooms and hallways packed with students provide more opportunities for conflicts, tension, and disruptive behavior. Overcrowding leads to less access to school equipment and technology because there is not enough room for specialties such as science labs and computer labs. It also leads to less space on campus, which results in some students not having a place to eat lunch because there's not enough room in the cafeteria. Our schools are already so overcrowded, so many students have to eat in the hallways because there's not enough room for everyone to have a seat in the cafeteria. And some schools have to start serving lunch at 10:30 in the morning in order for everyone to have a chance to eat. Overcrowding is one of the most significant issues facing our schools, students, and teachers today. Students in overcrowded schools learn less and achieve less as they suffer interrupted instructional time, limited access to honors and AP classes, and limited or no access to valuable resources. When there are more students in a classroom, the increased noise level makes it harder for teachers to teach and for students to concentrate. Think of all the valuable teaching time that is wasted and lessons that are missed while teachers are busy focusing on classroom management and noise control. The stress and frustration that overcrowding puts on our teachers leads to teacher burnout, and many excellent teachers end up leaving the profession because it is not worth the stress they deal with on a daily basis. Our South Tampa schools are overcrowded enough, and this rezoning will only make the problem worse. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak on this issue.
Thank you. Mr. Connolly?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
My name is Tom Conley. I am the current president of the Virginia Park Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking in that capacity with the concurrence of my board. The classic definition of spot zoning is a process of singling out a small parcel of land for a use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of the owner of such property and to the detriment of other owners. Staff analysis of the 1,320-foot conforming area for 4111 San Carlos showed that 90% of homes have been developed with a width of 60 foot or greater. This should carry the most weight and significance in determining the pattern of development. It is required by section 2711 to, quote, review the development pattern for a radius of 1,320 foot, end quote. Nothing else is required by code, not the subject block or the block face. Therefore, the requirements of the code should be the biggest factor in any analysis. This is an extreme lot split. Why is it extreme? This lot is 40 foot smaller than what is required by the zoning split. This rezoning, if approved, will result in a spot rezoning of 2 downgrades through the use of a PD rezoning request. PDs are to be used only if other zonings will not allow their use requested. Section 27226 is to provide for zoning districts that recognize unique conditions, allow design flexibility, promote plan diversification, integration of uses and structures which other zoning districts cannot accommodate. Plan development. The purpose of the plan development is to allow the development of land uses that are in conformance with the adopted future land use element of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, encouraging maximum land development opportunities and well-designed developments that are characterized by unique conditions or situations which other zoning districts cannot accommodate, including but specifically not limited to unusual physical or environmental features, transportation, or access. None of those exist in this case. This request is so extreme, they would have to have a comp plan amendment to change the land use to R10 because you cannot have an RS50 zoning in an R6 area. How did they get around this? They switched to a PD. They asked for the rezoning originally from RS75 to RS50 and were told to put it in as a PD. They're asking for one heck of a workaround. This is not what a PD is for. They are not supposed to be used as a backdoor way to slide around zoning requirements. This PD is hiding how extreme the lot split is. Thank you for your time, council.
Thank you. Mr. Berry, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Kenneth Barry. I've been a Palmacia West resident for 24 years. I regularly run and walk my dog in the neighborhood. I recognize many of these people who have spoke today. And I can't really add anything new what they've said, but the construction of this stuff kind of bothers me with the drainage. What happens when it drains into Lori McMahon's yard? Well, what are you going to do about that? Because that you have one gigantic, you're going to raise the grading on that, and it's all going to go in her yard, and now she has to deal with it. The other thing is, with no sidewalks at all around those streets, everybody has to walk in the street around there. You have 6 schools basically within a half mile, 3/4. If you ever came around here at 7 o'clock in the morning and watched all the kids who walk with their parents and ride their bikes to school and all that, 9 cars in this driveway? I mean, what is this going to be, a short-term rental? And I have that problem on my street, a short-term rental. So I don't know what their use is, why they need 9 car lanes. It just, something is fishy. Sounds like the 2 gentlemen that spoke first in favor of this kind of pre-barricaded a lot of the information. 12,000 square foot homes on a small lot. I just hope you deny this. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is it for public comment. Rebuttal time.
Good evening, Council. Again, for the record, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street. I want to go quickly so that my colleagues have a moment to speak here. All of the concerns related to evacuation, density, and growth from the comprehensive plan refer to the future land use category. And the future land use category is not being requested to change, and we conform with the density of those provisions. Speaking to Mrs. Feely's statements that were made in person in that meeting, those are hearsay statements, and the prior reports for a different application, and it didn't consider this block. The larger lot pattern that many of the constituents up here spoke of was analyzed by staff. It's in the staff's report, and staff was swayed to find this consistent compatible after reviewing that larger area as the code requires. The procedure chosen doesn't upend compatibility. This is low-density, single-family detached development. Compatibility is not the same as, and I would suggest that a 110-foot lot is no more compatible in RS75 than a 55-foot lot. This is the same type of use of same density in the RS6 category. Additionally, these homes are closer to 4,000 square foot heated, not the size that have been stated. And they're built to the RS75 setbacks with approval from the stormwater department here. So they're building within the requirements of that surrounding zoning area. The public mentioned a number of facts and discussed a lot of facts and brought up various parts of the code. But these are all things that were considered by staff. The larger area was considered by staff, and staff, as well as his counsel at the prior hearing, was swayed by the development pattern in the more immediate area. The facts discussed here by staff, by the constituents, go to the same things that staff already considered, and the opinions of staff rule over that, not the opinions of the constituents. Additionally, and just very briefly here, the Staff talked, the constituents talked a great deal about section 2711, talking about not splitting lots. Well, what that prevents is patently inconsistent.
Sir, hang on 1 second. Can we get the overhead, please? Thank you.
Section 2711 discusses denying when lots are patently inconsistent, which is not the case here, and discusses analysis to determine compatibility, which professional staff already did. Additionally, part of the requirements is to review the original plat and subdivision documents, which is what's proposed here. And I'd like to, Ali to speak, and then, if there's time, the design professional.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ali Mansour. I'll be brief. I grew up at 4111 West San Carlos for the first 20 years of my life. Since then, my siblings and I we grew up, we went to the public schools in the area, then to USF. I went and worked in St. Petersburg, and my sisters are now in dental school at NYU. This home is not a money grab. It's for us to come back to the community that we love, that we grew up in, and be surrounded by family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Travis Hills. Just hope that you can bear with me just for a few minutes. I don't want to take a lot of time, but, right, I see the clock. But I just wanted to ask if I go a little over, you give me a moment. I think you all understand when it comes to time that we're trying to help be sensitive. I just wanted to just kind of make sure that from a designer standpoint, that some of the things are clear. I mean, Kevin has done a great job of pointing those things out, but even specifically, when it comes to these lot sizes, the way they're designed, everything was taken into account to minimize the impact, to have no waivers needed. And when it comes to square footage, if you'll recognize that corner lot, we actually went 15 feet. Not 7. So that means that the square footage is stacked. So when you talk about, when it comes to drainage, it's all about the footprint, not about the square footage that's on the second floor. So some of these homes that people do are split levels where it's not necessarily stacked square footage, traditional 1/1 outer perimeter. Well, this is why that was done in that case. The other thing is with the driveways. I hear sometimes people talk about it as 2 homes, but then they'll use statistics as it's 1 development, 9 parking spaces. Well, every house that has a 2-car garage and driveway in front of it has 4 parking spaces. So that's probably almost everybody in here. So we're talking 1 additional, which is the circular, that makes up.
30 seconds more.
Okay, thank you. That makes up that additional 1 space that is out of the norm. Now, back to the property adjacent on the back, that house does the same thing. They got 2 in the front and they got a detached in the back with front able to access on both sides. Yeah, but once again, it all falls within the setback requirements.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goode.
Zane. I don't want to use the word debacle, but I know this has been a debacle case. Looking at some paperwork from back in 2012 to now. To date, your staff is saying this is consistent, correct?
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, that is correct.
All right. Now, when I look at several folks in the audience have given us drawings and given us their photos, I want you to put up your drawings, because when I look at the map and I look at compatibility, because I believe in neighborhoods and neighborhoods keeping their continuity, but when I look at the map and I count, and when I look at this other gentleman who brought this map here, he laid out 162, 78, and I see on this map that the audience brought to me, I see 113, I see 110, 110, 110, 103. You know, and then I look at some of the other sections of this map, 100, 100, 108, 104. I'm trying to figure out how is this not compatible. So when I look at this and I look at these numbers, south of Lois Avenue, west of San Miguel, 100, 100, 100, 94, 116, 103. I have a hard time saying this is not compatible. So is this a conclusion that your office came saying it's compatible with these numbers or these lots?
Yes, sir. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. It's a great point. When staff was analyzing this, as I showed, you're looking at the block here and also from the block face from South Cameron Avenue. As you see those lots to the north and also to the east, you'll see that compatibility with what the applicant is proposing. So it would be overall compatible, and different parts, different stages of our staff has analyzed it. Different departments have looked at it, and it was overall found consistent.
All I have is my site, and it ain't too good, but what I see is folks have brought me their maps and that map. And what I see in my eyes is compatibility, especially when the gentleman with this map here actually puts out the actual numeric numbers of each apparent house on a lot on this map. So I'm not understanding why is it not compatible. That's why I brought you and asked you for your map, that you're telling me that staff is saying this is compatible to what our code is, correct?
Correct. This is this map is provided from us to us by the mapping department for the city of Tampa. So they provide the numbers. They have the GIS software. They provide the compatibility and the conforming map for staff to analyze. So their numbers are correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm going to stick with this whole map scenario, because what I did is, while listening to the citizens and saying that this lot conforms to the rest of it, well, I counted, and there's only 11 lots in this entire area that are 110 or wider. So lot splitting to me, A, the block face fits, and then B, there are so few lots that are this size that I don't see their argument here. But I also wanted to ask you, how, if this lot is technically divided into two, how much square footage would be in each lot? I believe you showed us a slide about that, or a page. It was 75 something or other.
Yes, the applicant is proposing both lots to be 55 by 139.
And I'm sorry, I can't do the math in my head. Can you just give me the square footage? Or can somebody else do the math?
55 by 139, is that the dimensions of the lot? That's 7,645 square feet.
7,645 square feet.
So 7,645. So my understanding of 75, the 75 zoning is that one of the requirements is that it's 7,500 square feet. Am I correct in that?
Correct.
So basically, the only thing that doesn't fit is the frontage.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. I appreciate it.
Any other further questions?
Before we close, my name was mentioned a couple of times, Mr. Chairman, if I may, and sometimes it's well said, sometimes it's not well said. However, when I looked at this map and I looked at the blue and I looked at the 110 and I was in my mind thinking, it's got to pass, it's within reason. And then when I voted, I said to myself, yeah, that's fine, I did the right thing. However, when I went back and I heard what was mentioned now, I was basing on the two crow flies, the old one, 250. This is a quarter of a mile. So if anyone erred, it's me. That's all I'm going to say.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I have one more question. If this petitioner built what they want with like a connector to make it technically one house, it would still be legal, right? With the current zoning and the current lot size.
Can you please explain?
Like, I mean, basically, they could build a house to fit the lot lines they're in right now. And they could fill in all that extra space, and that would be fine.
They could meet the requirements with one house.
So, but with the same setbacks. So they could put a 10,000 square foot house there instead.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
ma'am.
that's what I thought. Thank you.
Any other further questions?
Motion to close.
Motion made by Councilwoman Maniscalco to close.
Second to close.
Counseled by
Get used to it. I'm councilman all the time.
Councilman Miranda, seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council?
I'll make a motion. And this is a substitute reading, correct? Okay. I move an ordinance, file number REZ 22-24, rezoning the property I move that the ordinance and direct revisions shown on the revision sheet be made as the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code. I also adopt the findings and reasonings of the Planning Commission and city staff reports. Particularly, I state the findings of fact based on competent and substantial evidence found in staff reports, applicant reports, testimony, etc., that establish compliance with applicable goals, objectives, and policy in the comprehensive plan, as such as noted in the Planning Commission report. The existing density along West Carlos Street is 4.56 development per acre and is 4.51 along South Cameron. The request with a proposed density of 5.71 is slightly greater than the existing density and will allow for compatible development within an area that is planned for a development pattern of up to 6 dwelling units an acre, consistent with land use policies 9.3.8, 9.5.1, and 9.5.3. The proposed rezoning is consistent with Land Use Policy 9.2.1 and Housing Policy 1.3.4, which encourage new housing on vacant or underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. Also in compliance with the Land Development Code, Section 24-136. The proposed development, as shown on the site plan, promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The city staff report establishes that the proposed reduction in lot width reestablishes the platted lots and will result in a development pattern consistent with the remainder of the block face, and that the proposed development seeks no waivers. Although the lot widths will each be 55 feet, the overall lot area for each resulting lot exceeds the minimum required for the RS 75 zoning district. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4111 West San Carlos Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS 75 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion that's been made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goods. Roll call.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Goods,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
No.
Miranda,
No.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson, Maniscalco, Miranda voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
We are asked to take a 5-minute break.
Here.
Here.
Miranda? And Citro.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, and we're on agenda item number 2, file number PH.
We moved to, oh no, you're, oh
It's been a long day, Ms. Councilwoman Hurtak, hasn't it?
God, really has.
Yes, it has. Agenda item number 2, file number PH 22-76270.
Good afternoon, people. Kayon Henderson, City of Tampa Housing Community Development Division Manager. I am not in the office today, so Michelle Boone, who is new to the team, will be giving the presentation today. She is the Housing and Community Development Supervisor.
Excuse me,
Was previously
you
with the
need to
city.
raise your hand to be sworn in, please. Thank you. Guys, she's giving testimony.
This is not a quasi judicial public hearing, so she does not have to be sworn in, so you can.
All right, come on. Why don't we just everybody stand up to be sworn in anyway, just so we can cover it right now. All right, I'm sorry. Please proceed. See, it's
That's
rubbing,
okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak's rubbing off on me.
So she is going to give a brief presentation about some new funds that we'll be receiving. I was stating that she was previously with the city. She left to be with the county for about 6 years, and we're happy to have her back home. I'm going to turn it over to her so she can give the presentation, and I will be here for questions after.
Good evening. We should have a brief presentation. Can they bring that up, please? Like Kayon said, and we've been talking about housing and affordability, housing programs all day. Ms. Travis and Ms. Feely mentioned earlier this morning or earlier this afternoon about $6 million in American Rescue Plan funds under the HOME program that are available to the city under the Housing and Community Development Office to be used according to this plan that we are required to develop. We are also required to do a public hearing and invite the public to speak on the item, as well as open a 15-day public hearing, public comment period. If they would bring up the presentation. Thank you.
Go back to the drum beat. Multi-talented. Look. Yeah, what was the Everly Brothers song? Dream. Yeah, that's all right.
If we have to go old school, I can use the OMO, but
Great idea. You got the overhead right there? Do you got the paperwork in front of you?
of course I do.
Go for it.
Okay, so, not to delay us any further,
Can you zoom out just a little bit, please?
zoom out,
Can you zoom out just a little bit?
just gonna
Please
go
and
old
thank you.
school. There we go, thank you so much. The American Rescue Plan Program, provided by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, $6.3 million. The purpose of the grant is to provide homeless assistance and supportive services through eligible activities such as acquisition, development of non-congregate sheltering, tenant-based rental assistance, supportive services, and rental housing development. Some of the things in the plan, we developed the plan through HCD staff with a consultation with key stakeholders, housing analysis, and a survey. The needs identified in the plan include development of affordable housing, supportive services, and tenant-based rental assistance. Again, these are our strategic plan and goals, also itemized in the plan. Plan is to develop new construction of rentable housing units or rental housing rehab, supportive housing operations of those rental units, tenant-based rental assistance, homeless assistance services, and of course, planning and development for the staff to run the programs. This is our calendar. The draft plan was available on our website as of around May 1st. It is there now for public viewing. Today is our first public hearing, which is required by HUD. Our second public hearing will be scheduled August 25th, where we will present the full plan and then submit it to HUD after that. If there are anyone here to speak on the item?
Does that complete your report?
That completes our report.
All right, thank you. Councilman Maniscalco.
So this morning, we talked a little bit about housing and rents and everything. And I know that there was 5 million and change in the budget allocated for affordable housing and whatnot. This is an additional 6-point-something million?
This is in addition to the, Ms. Feely presented a plan of $13 million with our HUD and state dollars. This is in addition to those funds, which is also in addition to the $5.5 million.
And there's rental assistance allowed within these funds?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't anybody mention it earlier? I mean,
He
I'm
did.
glad.
He
but-
did.
Oh, you gave a total number. Okay, no, but I wish we would have, well, I'll put the word out there, but I'm glad to see this.
So it is an eligible activity, rental assistance. The plan is to serve mostly homeless.
Okay.
Those that are facing homelessness or housing insecurity.
Okay, good, because the number kept, several people said, only $5 million, that's a slap in the face, but, okay, no, this clarifies it, so I appreciate
Only
it.
5 million of Nicole Travis, Administrative Development and Economic Opportunity. Only 5 million of general fund money, which is not as restrictive as the federal money that we're
Okay.
bringing before you right now.
5.5.
$5.5 million.
Very,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
this is very good news, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Well, and that, it just goes back to my question from Ms. Travis earlier, if we could get a breakdown of rental, and I know you can talk to us about that, but it sounds like the rest of us have questions too. So if there's a way that maybe you could do a presentation to all of us instead of just talking to me.
Oh, absolutely. So what I'm gonna do is do the breakdown just like you asked and show all the different buckets. And I'm gonna send that to all of you ahead of time before any council meeting. Kayon already, she heard it this morning, they already started working on it. And then we can meet individually and I can come back and do a public presentation.
Yeah, I think the public would love to see those numbers because I think it will help.
Go ahead. No,
Yeah, I think it will just be a more, we can get a more solid number of how we're helping renters.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there anyone that would like to speak to this?
There's
No public
registered-
comments?
No registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. I suppose we can close, do we? Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Agenda item
Council.
number 3, file number TA CPA 22-04. Okay, close the public hearing. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. And that's what we're talking about. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. This is TACPA 2204 regarding cemetery policies. Some background on this, it was publicly initiated and it was transmitted to the Department of Economic Opportunity on June 6th. DEO had no comment. An overview of the proposed changes include 2 new definitions, 13 new or modified goals, objectives, and policies. And then cemeteries is being added to the description of public, semi-public, and city-owned cemeteries is being added to the description of recreational open space future land use designation. The 2 new definitions are for cemeteries and unmarked human burials. And the goals, objectives, and policies focus on recognizing the importance, protecting, and promoting the preservation of Tampa cemeteries while encouraging the privately owned cemeteries to be designated in an appropriate future land use designation. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the requested changes and found it consistent with multiple aspects of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. The residents of Tampa have clearly expressed cemeteries have a substantial cultural value to the community, and as such, the Comprehensive Plan directs staff to take steps to honor the cultural values. The proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan seeks to ensure cemeteries are recognized appropriately, protected, and preserved, which is supported by the comprehensive plan. Adding cemeteries to the description of the recreational open space designation clarifies that it is an appropriate future land use designation for cemeteries and is supported by ROS policy 1.1.12, which encourages the dedication of properties for recreational use. Additionally, recognizing cemeteries under the recreational open space designation is consistent with existing comprehensive plan policy that provides for protections for parklands. In conclusion, the Planning Commission recommends that the proposed text amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Thank you, Council. Stephen Benson, City Planning Director. I just wanted to emphasize this was a publicly initiated amendment based upon feedback from council and from city staff as well. Cemeteries have been a very, very hot topic and important issue, and we did feel that the comp plan was silent in regard to cemeteries in a variety of ways, and the Planning Commission worked with us to develop this language and move this amendment forward. But again, thank you for your support, and we're here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Benson? Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak, make public comments on TA CPA 22-04?
No registered speakers.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Councilman Guth, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Guth.
Four. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element to create new definition for cemetery and unmarked human burial, and to amend land use LU Goal 19 and create LU policies 19.5, 19.5.1, 19.5.2, 19.5.3, 19.5.4, 19.5.5, 19.6, 19.6.61, 19.6.62, 19.7, and 19.7.71, providing for repeal of all ordinance in conflict, providing severability, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Guth, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Booth,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak, Carlson,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. File number agenda item number 4, file number TA CPA 22-07.
Good evening, Council. This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I'll be presenting TACPA 2207. It's a text amendment to the comprehensive plan relating to the utilization of floor area ratio for residential development in the RMU 100 future land use designation. You heard this amendment at your hearing on May 26th. We transmitted the amendment to the state, and DEO offered no comments to the request. Just a quick background, this was publicly initiated by Tampa City Council. This is the same language this amendment has the same intent of TACPA 2111, which was an amendment that limited the use of FAR for single-use multifamily residential projects in the CC 35, CMU 35, and UMU 60 land use designations within the South Tampa and North Tampa planning districts. Just a quick background, TACPA 2111 was adopted by council earlier this year. The request would remove the allowance for single-use residential structures to apply for the FAR to determine maximum development potential in the South Tampa and New Tampa planning districts within the RMU 100 designation. Here is just a quick map that kind of shows where the RMU 100 is located throughout the city. As you can see, it's kind of shown on the map as this magentic purplish color. This would apply to just south of Kennedy in the South Tampa planning district, highlighted in yellow, which is the Beach Park area. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with several policies of the comprehensive plan. The request would the request supported policies that dealt with the preservation of neighborhood character, and design sensibility. The request, the proposed change will also provide a growth in this area of the city while incentivizing mixed-use development, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at their hearing on May 9th and found it consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Anyone else? All right, is there any public comment?
No registered speakers for this item.
Second. Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goose. All in favor? Aye. Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number TACPA 22-07, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element to modify the use of floor area ratio FAR for single-use residential development located within the Regional Mixed Use 100, RMU 100 category within the South Tampa and New Tampa planning districts, providing for a repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
A motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goose. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco. Yes. Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Goods. And Cedro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
For those of you in the audience that weren't here earlier, we have moved up agenda items 12, 13, and 14.
You may want to swear in some folks now.
Pardon me?
You may want to swear some folks in. I think we have a new.
Correct. All those who are going to be giving testimony this evening, would you please rise and be sworn in? Hey, hang on one second. People that are out in the hallway, if you're going to give testimony, you need to be sworn in. All rise. The Honorable Judge E.J. Salcidas.
Thank you.
This is for everyone to be sworn in. If you're going to be giving any testimony this evening, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Not everyone can make it. We're still waiting for more. I think she is. Is that it?
No.
Glad everyone can make it tonight. Okay, one more time. If you're going to give any testimony this evening, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Thank you. Since we're now all in one accord, please be seated.
There's some heavy hitters in the room, don't we, huh? Heavy hitters in the room.
All right, again, for those who've just walked in, agenda items number 12, 13, and 14 have been moved up in our agenda. Ms. Dodd.
Thank you, Chairman and Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Council, I'd like to ask that items 12, 13, and 14 be opened together. 12 is the, okay.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods, that items, agenda items 12, 13, and 14 be opened at the same time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Thank you.
And as council hears these cases and votes, we would need to vote on 12 first, 13, and then 14 in that order. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Sammons.
Ross Sammons, Development Coordination. have a presentation for you for the file number VAC 22-03. Can you see my screen? Okay. As you can see, it's file number VAC 22-03. The applicant's Graham Terrell, and it's located in the general vicinity of 920 Gomillion Court. This is a proposed vacating request to vacate a portion of Mississippi Avenue, south of 2nd Avenue, north of Leroy Selman Expressway, east of Channelside Drive, west of 15th Street. And also to vacate a portion of 3rd Avenue, south of 4th Avenue, north of 2nd Avenue, west of Channelside Drive, and east of Nuccio Parkway. This application was filed with the City of Tampa on November 16th of 2021. The applicant owns property south of proposed 3rd Street vacating and north of Mississippi Avenue proposed vacating. The applicant's reason for the application: the right-of-ways will be included as part of the master redevelopment that seeks to restore the grid within Ybor City. These streets were created by a subdivision plat. The existing right-of-way is approximately 42,000 square feet. And I have an aerial view here. The proposed vacating areas are in yellow. This is 3rd, and these are Mississippi. And the applicant's property is in red. This is City of Tampa atlas sheet showing previous vacated streets in the area. Again, this is 3rd to be vacated, and Mississippi. These are the streets that were created in subdivision plat. Previously, 3rd Street was Alabama Avenue, and now Adamo Drive is Mississippi Avenue. I have some images showing the area in the field. This is 3rd Avenue looking west from Channelside Drive. Again, this is the 3rd Avenue request vacating, looking east from the CSX Railroad or Nick Nuccio Parkway. This is at the intersection of the proposed vacating at 3rd Avenue and Channelside, looking north at the roundabout. Now, these images are the southern portions near Mississippi, or Adamo Drive, formerly Mississippi Avenue. This is looking west from 14th Street. And this is Adamo Drive, formerly Mississippi Avenue, looking east from Channelside. Mississippi Avenue looking west from 14th Street. Here's former Mississippi Avenue looking west from 15th Street. The recommendations for this vacating request: the staff objects to this vacating request based upon responses received from Transportation Planning and Traffic Design. Easement reservations include transportation, stormwater, TECO, and TECO Peoples Gas. Some special conditions with this vacating request is Florida Department of Transportation, an easement agreement is needed within the first 180 days of the letter that was received by the applicant on August 1st of 2000, I don't know why it says 2018, but 2022, for a portion of Mississippi Avenue in the proposed vacating. So the south portions of Mississippi Avenue, that's where the FDOT is needing that easement agreement. Some natural resources comply with Chapter 27 in regard to tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to trees in a vacated area, and must comply with National Fire Protection Association standards and codes. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for staff? Seeing none?
LaShawn Dock Development Coordination, and I'm going to introduce the rezoning for this application. And because this is a larger scale project, it's just easier to show you the aerial map and identify the area bounded by this project area. So the area is outlined in red. So to orient you on this map, this is Adamo, this is Nucio, and this is Nebraska Avenue. So this is 15th. So these are the parcels included in this area, in the project area outlined in red. This area here that's outlined in red is actually by mistake. This was phase 1 of the project. This is a rezoning that was approved in 2021. This is the property that is included. So it's this west half, central, and these eastern blocks. So the request is, this is, let me specify, this is application REZ 21-114. The request is to rezone the property from IG Industrial General, PD Plan Development, YC9, YC6, YC2, Ybor City, RM24 Residential Multifamily, IH Industrial Heavy to PDA Plan Development Alternative. And the applicant under this request is being represented by Tyler Hudson. And what I'll do is turn it over to the Planning Commission to give their report, and then I'll come back and give my report. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Dock? Seeing none, please.
Danny Collins again with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the Ybor City and Central Park urban villages. Portions of the subject site are located within the downtown periphery bonus area, the Coastal Hazard area, and the Ybor City local district. The closest public recreation facility is Tampa Park Plaza, which is located directly to the southeast of the subject site. Hart routes 8 and 9 serve the subject site, providing connections to Brandon and the university areas. Also, the Hart-Tico streetcar line also serves the site, connecting the site to Ybor City and downtown Tampa. Subject site is within a level A evacuation zone. LaShawn briefly went over the aerial map, but this is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the portions of the subject site are generally north of the Selman Expressway, just north of Adamo Drive, and also west of Nucio Parkway. This is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is recognized under 3 future land use designations. A substantial portion of the subject site is recognized under the Regional Mixed Use 100 designation. This red is land that represents land recognized under the CC 35 designation. And then this area over here, generally to the northeast portions of the plan development is recognized under the CMU 35 future land use designation. Overall, this area is trending towards a more mixed-use development pattern. There have been multiple plan amendments within this area, and including on portions of the subject site have been recently changed over the past few years to a more mixed-use category. The applicant is utilizing land use policy 5.1.6 and the CBD periphery bonus to allow an overall FAR of 4.6. All 3 of the future land use designations allow the applicant to utilize floor area ratio to determine the maximum development potential and support a mixed-use development pattern. This level of density is encouraged by the comprehensive plan, especially in the Central Tampa Planning District, which is viewed as the primary urban employment center where mixed-use development is encouraged in the city. The proposed PDA supports many of the comprehensive plan policies relating to mixed-use development and providing densities that support transit which are consistent with the Compact City Forum strategy. The design book also proposes many urban-style development concepts with placing the buildings close to the public sidewalks, providing internal pedestrian connections, and activating ground floor uses. The design book furthers the comprehensive plan by providing a step down in height and materials that complement the Ybor City for those parcels located within the local historic district Lastly, the proposed 4,471 residential units will provide additional housing opportunities for Tampa's growing population. The Planning Commission staff and the applicant exchanged several emails regarding the density and intensity of the subject site. After review of the data, the Planning Commission staff requests that between first and second readings, the applicant revise the development entitlement chart to reflect the total allowable square footage of 1,185,504 square feet and blocks E1 through E7 as 1,805,846 square feet. And those numbers are provided in your staff report. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. And again, this is item 13 for REZ 21114. I would like to mention, Council, that we have Ron Vila here with us this evening. He's with Historic Preservation. He's available in case there are any questions, since his property is partially located within the Historic District. And I'll mention some about the BLC recommendation and approval. And Erin Mayer is here, and I'm going to have her speak on the natural resources aspects of the report. So first, before I start the report, I did want to discuss for council's sake and the public's sake, just again, the PDA process and what is required. What is a PDA? A plan development alternative. With the PDA, you would receive a plan that provides an outline or a border of the boundary of the project area. You would not see specific detail on a PDA. You would not see curb cuts. You're not going to see parking spaces or building placement. That would be done at the time of incremental site plan review. PDAs are typically for phase development, and they must come in for incremental review. At the time of review, at the incremental site plan review process, the plan must be consistent with the overall PDA. So the PDA would typically come with entitlements, and that in a design book, and that is the case for this project, which I will review with you shortly. And that dictates the development on the site, along with the design. In a PD site plan, you have more of that detail. You see the exact layout of the site. You can see the buffering. Everything is shown on the PD site plan. So what you have before you is that PDA, and this is why you see just the outline of the project area, along with the more specific details. So what I like to do is just go start into the description with the project. You've been given some background from Planning Commission staff, but this project is the Gas Works project. It includes the redevelopment of over 26-acre site. The PDA site plan includes a master set of entitlements. These include development standards and design guidelines, which is included in the design guidelines book. This also includes an associated developers agreement, a vacating, which you just heard from Ross, and also a bonus provision agreement has been granted, or you'll hear that as part of that is the next item for this evening. All of these guide the development on the site. So I have the map. I wanted to show the aerial again, just to show you the surrounding zoning for the area. You have a couple of PDs, IG zoning districts. A lot of the area has industrial or vacant and commercial uses also. You have the more commercial zoning designations towards Nebraska. And I'm going to show you a couple of images to show you that line where the historic district is located. So this is 15th Avenue, this is Adamo, and that's the predominant surrounding uses for the site.
Councilman Goods.
Doc, is this considered phase 2 of this gathering project?
It is. It is. On this page, this is the site plan that has been provided. The blocks on the site plan have been identified by letters. You have your western blocks located to the west of Nucio with the W identified. These are the parcels that are identified, and this was a part of phase 1. They were approved with the REZ 21 rezoning. So it's not included in this request. The blocks which are grayed but these blocks are included. Then we have our central blocks, which are identified by the C1 through C6. Then we have our eastern blocks, E1 through E7. This dotted line indicates the historic district. So you'll see block E2 is partially in the district along with E5. And there are recommendations which I'll review in the report from the BLC. So those blocks are identified on the site plan. On the staff report on page 2, I have included a table which gives you the acreage for each block or each section. So for the western blocks, totals 5 acres. That's W3, W4, and 5. C1 through C6 are the central blocks. They contain 10.4 acres. And then blocks E1 to E7 are the eastern portion, and they contain 10.7 acres. The maximum development potential has been mentioned by the Planning Commission. There's a bonus agreement which runs with this rezoning. The applicant has agreed to provide affordable housing units, so that is one of the bonus density options available. And they are taking advantage of that, and they will provide affordable housing units and meet that minimum 10% requirement for affordable housing.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
How many?
I'm sorry?
How many units? Just
So
the public
approximately
knows?
325
Thank you.
affordable units, yes. And so the design guideline books have been provided. There's a separate design book that runs with this site plan, and that contains all of the elements that determine your building frontages, the design types and design elements, and public realm treatment. Among the things in the design book are also street classifications, so there are priorities to the streets that have been identified. So I just wanted to show you quickly on this map. This again is, this dotted line is the historic district identified, but there are 3 street classifications. You have a A street, a B street, and a C street. And they are identified by color, but your A street type has the highest pedestrian activity. It serves as the building's front. The B street is the pedestrian, in character, and it features your mixed use and your storefront residential or your storefront commercial, plus parking and loading. And your C street, that serves as the service, that's for your loading, your solid waste collection, those things. So the massing and scale has been designed sensitive to the surrounding historic area. These are just a couple of elevations. These are part of the design book. So there's one that I will show you for each typical building. This is a typical low-rise development, and they would be contained within the blocks. So here it identifies the blocks, which are the eastern blocks, closest to the historic district. And you can see that provides for low-rise development, maximum height of 65 feet, and then within the E2, not exceeding 75 feet. This is a typical mid-rise. This is located in the C block, the central, and then in blocks E3 through E6, E3 and E6. And this is your mid-rise development with a maximum height around 110 feet. And this is a typical high-rise. And then this will be located along the western with blocks W3, W4, and then the central blocks, and then E4 and E7. And I have some pictures of the site. I know you've been shown some pictures, so I don't want to do too many. Let me see. And a lot of the site, for the most part, is vacant. So we're starting at the central location. So this is at 2nd Avenue. This is looking west at what would be block E3. This is the central part of the site. This is on 14th Street. This is looking north. That's the view central also. E2 would be on the left, block E2. This is a central block. C1 is on the left. This is the roundabout, the current roundabout. That would be open space area west of C2. This is the north end of the project area. This is on the northeast corner of 4th Avenue. near Block E1. This is the north end of the site. That's another view of the north. This is the north end of the site, but this is the view looking at the parcels on the north, on the west block. So the west block would be located here across Nusio. Another view of the west, these are the north blocks. Then we make our way on the western block, that's block W3. This is another western view that's looking south on Scott Street. So we're heading down south Scott Street. Another view on south, on Scott, and then we end up at the western end of the site on Maryland. And then back to the south, sorry. And this is south of the expressway, and then that's looking north. So this site was heard before, this project was heard before the BLC. It was on June 28th, 2020. On page 3 of the staff report, you'll find the recommendations from the BLC. There are a list of recommendations that are requested. There are 3. These changes have been incorporated in the revised site plan. The revised site plan date was after this public hearing for the BLC. So the applicant was able to make those changes and incorporate them into the site plan. But they were the restrictions on the maximum height for block E1 and also for block E2. The height allowed is 65 feet with a maximum of 85 feet placed along the south side of the property. And this is all because they are bordering the historic district or located within the historic district. For block E5, it's allowed a maximum height of 65 feet. And that has been notated on the site plan as mentioned. So the DRC staff reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. You'll see the findings from Natural Resources and from Development Coordination within the staff report. And I'll have Erin come up and she can go over her comments. The revisions required have been made. When you're looking at a project of this size, the applicant has worked with staff. It is hard to get all of the changes into the site plan by the deadline to review. So you see a lot of changes on the revision sheet, but for a project of this size, it's not, rare to have that. Those changes have been made. They are mostly minor in nature, and the applicant agrees to make those changes between first and second reading. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Erin, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Dock? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Salute.
All right, good evening, council. Before you, we have REZ 21-114 for Gasworks. My name's Erin Mayer with Development Coordination, and I've reviewed this project for Natural Resources. And I'm just gonna go over a few other reasons why Natural Resources was inconsistent with this current project. Zoom out a little bit more. Okay. So currently, the applicant is proposing CBD guidelines, which this would affect open space. So the project is 27.23 acres, and Gasworks is proposing 10% of the parcel be open space, which these are CBD requirements. Minimum 30% of total open space must be placed at grade and meet the definition of public open space. So this would mean that each of the 16 parcels would get approximately 1.4% open space. Current code requirements would be for multifamily green space, over 6 stories is 30% of the parcel minus building footprint. Because again, this isn't in the CBD. So the compromise, Natural Resources staff, we recommend that 15% open space is provided over the entire site. And this would mean that 6.3% of each remaining of the 16 parcels would get, what did I say that right? Each of the 16 parcels would then get 6.3% open space instead of 1.4. And the reason that we are proposing these changes out of the CBD requirements are due to a couple of surrounding PDs in the area. The Encore REZ 1420 had 15% open space requirements. And another project at 1307 East Second Avenue had 16.3%. And the GTE headquarters had 40% green space. The other reason we are proposing these changes is due to the City of Tampa Tree Canopy and Urban Forest Analysis report from 2016. It has a table in that project that says the average green space by zoning and land development code category. So in the Central Business District and the Channel District, that's approximately 19%. And this is a combination of tree canopy and grass and shrub. And in Ybor City, YC1, the average, or the tree canopy grass shrub coverage is 16%. So this is why we are proposing the 15% open space. And then I'm just going to go on here and talk about a couple of the tree characteristics. So this is the site, the Gasworks site with the 16 different parcels. Currently there are 103 trees on the site, which this is a very sparsely canopied location. There's not a lot of trees on 27 acres, and 62% of those trees are palms. So there aren't a lot of oaks, but there are 5 grand oaks or grand trees on the site over these 27 acres. 2 of them are hazardous, which you'll see in the red dots on your item in front of you. Those trees are being removed. We are okay with that. And there are 3 non-hazardous grand trees. One of them is being preserved. That's over here on E5, all the way to the east. And the other one, number 283, is on W4 parcel. That's being removed, or the applicant is requesting a waiver for that tree removal. And then we have W5, which is shown here in the lower photo in the screen. This is tree number 287. It's on parcel W5. It's a 45-inch diameter live oak rated B5. And this is looking east from Scott Street. This tree is worth 23 mitigation trees. And I just want to say, I found a picture earlier today, and I do believe these trees were planted right after these buildings were constructed, which would mean the trees are around 54 years old, I would say. Because you might ask me that, I'm sure. And then, so this is just to sum up. So we recommend that the waiver is modified to remove only 1 non-hazardous grand live oak, tree number 283, 40-inch DBH rated C5, as shown on the 2 reasonable recon exhibits provided at the time of incremental. And in addition, the open space changes as well. And that's it. If you have any questions?
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening. Rebecca Johns, Assistant City Attorney. Regarding file number PH 22-75730, this is the development agreement that goes along with the subject rezoning. You were provided a development agreement that was uploaded into SIRE. We have made a few changes to the development agreement to make it clear that that development agreement does not bind the CRA for any approval or for any funding. The applicant may be approaching the CRA requesting funding. However, this development agreement is contingent upon a separate CRA funding agreement being executed. So I just want to make it clear that this agreement is between the development and the developer and the City of Tampa. It is not, the CRA is not a party to this agreement.
Okay.
You have a question?
Yeah, because I'm gonna ask it, because you know, that is a CRA.
Councilman Goods, you're recognized.
That is a CRA zone, so I want to make sure that, because that's so, and we want to make sure that we have a agreement on hand of some benefits for the project.
Correct. That will be required if there's CRA funding. And the developer will tell you more about that, but I do know that they have started the discussions with Ms. Travis and Mr. Drumgo to start the CRA process.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Is that Councilman Vieira, or is that Councilman Carlson? You're not up on the screen, so I didn't know who it was. Councilman Carlson, you were recognized.
I wanted, one of my concerns also was this CRA thing, and And this is not a message to the developer or the applicants. It's just a message to the city. Imagine if, and I've used this analogy before, but imagine that the city had an agreement with Habitat for Humanity, and the Habitat people read it at the last minute and realized that they were obligated to do something in the agreement. It surprised me when I saw this the other day that there's a whole list of projects that I think four different CRA districts are expected to pay for. And you know that there's a lot of sensitivity in the community about how the CRA money is spent. And it's a special set of money that's supposed to be spent for special circumstances. And as board members, at least I didn't know about any of this until like 3 days ago. And so I'm certain that the community advisory committees and others in the community have no idea about any of this. And so I have two questions. One is, who negotiated this without informing anybody on the CRA? And number two, I had asked also, and I haven't been able to read through all the new version of the document completely, but I had asked that if this exception should be qualified because it could be city or CRA money that would pay for this. One of the concerns and complaints we get about CRA money is that the CRA should not pay for things the city would have otherwise paid for. And it looks to me like a lot of the things on the list could be paid for by the city instead of the CRA. And so I'd rather the document say that the city or the CRA would pay for it. That way it even more doesn't look like the CRA is obligated. So two questions: who negotiated this without telling a CRA, anybody in the CRA? And second, can we make it so that it's the city and the CRA so it doesn't look like the CRA is obligated?
Ms. Travis,
Go ahead, take the first question.
I'm sorry, did you want?
Well, I was just gonna answer most likely a second question. So the CRA was not involved in this because this does not bind the CRA. This specifically states that it does not bind the CRA, and it specifically states that it's contingent on a CRA funding agreement being negotiated if the CRA approves it. So there's nothing in here that obligates the CRA.
Councilman Carlson, let her finish, please.
There's nothing in here that obligates the CRA or the city to pay for these improvements.
Yeah, and the point is that if it's contingent on CRA funding and not city or CRA funding, then if the CRA decides not to fund it, then that is a breach of the agreement or a failure in the agreement. And it seems to me that the CRA shouldn't be involved in that at all, or at least it should be the city or the CRA. Because if we go to the CACs and there's an uproar and the CACs don't want to cover some part of it, and the community doesn't want to cover some part of it, there's no outlet for the city to take over instead.
Mr. Massey.
And I'll let Ms. Johns and Ms. Travis correct me, but there's a revised agreement that I don't think maybe you've seen, Councilman Carlson, that makes it very clear, really, that neither the city nor the CRA are bound to fund any of the infrastructure improvements that are listed in the development agreement. It does provide there's a 2-year period, I believe, for the developer to negotiate with either or both the city and the CRA for funding for those improvements. So
okay, so you were able to put that in. Sorry.
So.
I couldn't hear what he said.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johns.
I couldn't hear what his question was.
Councilman Carlson, can you please repeat your question, please?
Yeah, sorry, it seems like there's kind of lag here, but yeah, I talked to Morris about this a few days ago, and he was going to try to make it the city or the CRA, and I said I hadn't had a chance to read entirely the new version because it came out just a couple hours ago. So as long as it says city and CRA, I just don't want the CRA, if this is a reason, if the CRA decides not to fund something, I don't want that to be the reason that this whole project doesn't go forward when the city could have funded it. And also the CRA has not been a part of this agreement or this negotiation at all.
I think, and again, I'll defer to the folks that negotiate the agreement, but I think the funding of these infrastructure improvements are still unclear. And so this development agreement may have to be amended at some juncture. I believe it also contemplates an infrastructure agreement that has to be negotiated, that has not been negotiated yet, and a potential CRA funding agreement with no obligation on the part of the CRA to fund. So those are
It
all
just-
things to be worked out and to be determined in a 2-year period, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, sorry, it seems to me that like with the analogy of Habitat for Humanity, and sorry, it's a bad analogy, but if the city was negotiating and they said, we're going to pay some part of affordable housing, they wouldn't put a contingency for Habitat to be on the hook or be blamed if the deal didn't go through. Instead, the city would say, we are going to cover this in some way. And by the way, we're going to ask Habitat to participate with us, because the CRA is a completely separate entity. And so the CRA shouldn't have had such a big role in this, especially without the CRA board even being informed of it.
If I,
Ms. Travis.
if I may, Councilman Carlson's question about who negotiated this agreement and with the CRA. I am the person that has been communicating with the developer and his consultants and his attorney. There's no formal agreement right now. We're not at the level of detail to outline what specifically we are. We know that there is an ask, there will be an ask of the CRA. We have been talking about that. We do not have it figured out, and there's nothing concrete for me to present to the CAC or to the CRA board at this time. The applicant's attorney can speak to more why they needed this as a part of the agreement. In development agreements, it is really hard when you have development of this size. If you're thinking of different funding sources to make the project holistic and complete, the agreement needs to at least contemplate that you are going to talk to another agency for funding. I understand the need or the request to put city or CRA can contribute to the project that Councilman Carlson is asking for, but this does not bind the CRA in any way. I can't approve anything without the CRA board, so it would come before the CRA board. This is merely to continue this development of this scale, moving forward on a path to completion.
Councilman Goode.
Yeah, I think the question is, and I kind of see Mr. Carlson's point, is that I'm just handed this packet. You say it came out a couple of days ago. So this came out a couple of days ago. I mean, when we read stuff, I mean, this is a lot to read in a short period of time. And when I open the packet, all I see is CRA when I read it.
So the development agreement was loaded into SIRE 2 weeks ago for this hearing. Pursuant to Councilman Carlson's concerns, we went back this week and worked with the developer and revised the agreement to specifically clarify that the CRA was not obligated to approve any of this, to pay for any of this, until there was a CRA funding agreement.
My only still concern is, it's going to be a major project for the city, is it not?
Absolutely.
All right. So this is going to be a major project for the city. And we have a document of this magnitude. You know how much stuff I read and you
It was presented 2 weeks ago. It was loaded into SIRE 2 weeks ago. The document, the only thing that has changed is further clarification that the CRA is not financially bound to anything in this agreement.
Well, in that case, I only wish that call, email says, and make sure we check with this kind of project with three projects on here tonight to be voted on, possibly. And this big heavy document here, I have been going through this whole document to
I
really
do
see
want
what's
to
there.
clarify one thing. You are not voting on the development agreement tonight. There are 2 public hearings, and so this is just the first hearing. You will not be voting on the development agreement formally until the next final hearing. Under state law, we have to have 2 public hearings before you can adopt the development agreement. So
Are you finished, Councilman Goode?
I'm finished.
Councilman Carlson, are you finished?
Sure, just to reiterate again, sorry to be a broken record, but I just think it's bad form and disrespectful to obligate a third party, and even though it's not signing that they will do something, what it should say instead is that the city will do its best to work with third parties to get the funding for these projects. And either the city will pay for it or work with a third party, and then the city would go to the CRA. We sit as a CRA board in other meetings, and the other way to do it would have been to come to the CRA board and have an initial conversation about it. But at least with me, I had no conversation with anybody about it until a couple days ago. And once we take this out to the CACs and others, they may say yay. But also what they may say is, hey, certain things here should be paid by the city, not the CRA. And so I would just ask in the future that the city be respectful of the difference between the city and the CRA, and that we understand that the CRA is a separate entity, just like we would not obligate Bank of America or Habitat or anybody else. We would difference there because there's a whole apparatus that manages it. And again, as I said in the beginning, it's no criticism of any of the proposals. It's just from a city point of view. I think we need to remember that those are two separate entities, and we can't set it like this.
Councilman Carlson, your comments are duly noted. From my time on CACs, that no monies are obligated without first being approved by that CRA. Any other questions? Councilwoman Hurtak.
We have a CRA meeting on the 18th. Is this something that you plan to bring to talk to the board about?
At this time,
The CRA is not bringing it to us.
Okay, just curious.
There is no contractual agreements with the CRA to bring to the CRA board. Am I wrong or am I right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
We're just not at that juncture.
I was just gonna say, as soon as we get more details and we get to that point, I cannot negotiate as your CRA director or as the Administrative Development and Economic Opportunity without bringing that to the CAC to get their concurrence, to make sure that it is something that they want to support and that this CRA board want to support. Our initial conversations have been around the overall planning, what you're considering tonight for the zoning, the master planning, if you will, of this large-scale development. Any further negotiations that we start to outline and put into an agreement will be brought before you. And I will meet with you one-on-one, as I often do, with any large-scale initiative.
Any further questions? Ms. Johnson or Ms. Travis?
So I just wanted to make the one last point that this agreement will be updated prior to the second hearing based on the change of entitlements and the rezoning and any changes to the rezoning site plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we have heard 12, 13, and 14. That is correct?
From staff, and I think it's now the
Petitioner, your turn.
And then the video is here. The video is here. Go down and then start.
I think this would be enough. Unless it's requested, let's proceed as we are. Forward.
Good evening.
Petitioner.
Council. Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive, and it's an honor to be here this evening on behalf of the Gasworks project. I want to thank Council for allowing us to move up on the agenda. I promise we're going to be very efficient with our time. I know it's been a long day and a little bit of a long evening. We have two open items for two open quasi-judicial items. So that gives us 30 minutes for our presentation, 10 minutes for rebuttal. I'd like to borrow 5 minutes from rebuttal to give us 35 minutes in our main presentation. We rehearsed this at 30 minutes. We're going to do take every effort to get it done even faster than that. I'd like to introduce the project team that's been working on this project for over 2.5 years now. Gasworks is a vision of a development partnership between Daryl Shaw and Kettler. Graham Tyrell with Kettler is going to be speaking on their behalf. An enormous amount of planning and design work goes obviously into a project of this magnitude, and those efforts have been led by Sasaki, who's represented by Alan Ward. He's going to speak after me, as well as Design Collective, who's represented here by Nick Mansberger, who's going to speak after Alan. And we've got a backbone of expertise from subject matter experts that have worked on this application from the very beginning. Randy Cohen is our transportation expert with Cohen and Company. Bowler is our civil engineering firm, represented here by Greg Roth. And finally, we have Ricky Pederico, the founder of Dark Moss, who is the project arborist. The project that we're presenting here, the 3 items that are before you this evening, are really the culmination of multiple approvals that this council has already provided to the project, perhaps a little bit more indirect, less specifics than the approvals we're seeking this evening. One of the most important ones happened, I believe this was filed actually in mid-2020, maybe just after the pandemic started. PDAs, these flexible zoning instruments that LaShawn did such a great job describing, until earlier last year, those are only available for projects of 50 acres or larger. There aren't a lot of 50-acre tracts of land left in the city of Tampa. So this council was gracious enough to lower that threshold down to 20 acres, and we promised at that hearing that we would be good stewards of that flexibility and bring a project that showed why that flexibility is required. In addition to that PDA threshold reduction, this council has approved multiple comprehensive plan amendments. When we were confronted with this site, it was really sort of a patchwork of heavy industrial, light industrial, and then some extremely low density mixed use, future land use. This council has approved comprehensive plan map amendments for over a dozen acres, going to up to RMU 100, UMU 60, and fully really deindustrializing the area, which is consistent with what's been happening in the Channel District just to the south. And finally, I would note that the council may recall last December we were here for what we call phase 1 of GasWorks. That's really at the most northwesterly part of the project. It's west of Nucio. That's about 720 dwelling units, 20,000 square feet of retail that this council approved back in December. That's a PD. That's not before you this evening. That's separate. One day we might want to bring it back into this PDA. But all of those approvals are what put us in the position to ask for your approval on these 2 items that are tonight. And just to reiterate, well, I said there's 2 items, and now I have something that has 4 numbers on it. Let me explain exactly what you're approving this evening. The first thing is the right-of-way vacating that Ross alluded to. You can see a little bit on screen. That is for this portion of what was Mississippi Avenue, and then up here is for 3rd Avenue. The reason why we want to vacate that right-of-way is because it's going to allow us to put in some mixed-use trails that will go along Adamo Drive, and then for 3rd Avenue, we're trying to vacate that to put in place a pedestrian-only thoroughfare that we're calling the Paseo, and which Alan's going to talk to you about in a little bit. The second thing that's being approved is the PDA rezoning itself. Right now, this land is a total mixture, hodgepodge of various zoning categories. We're seeking to put all 26 acres under a PDA site plan. It's conceptual, it's a bubble plan, doesn't have exactly where the trash compactor is going to be and where the parking spaces are, but it allows us to develop up to a maximum of about 5.2 million square feet. It puts in ranges of where we think we're going to end up in terms of office development, retail development, dwelling units. And that's accompanied by a design guidelines book that I think at final count got to maybe around 86 pages. That's the set of rules. That's our playbook. We're not going to be using the standard Chapter 27 rules for which we would be seeking waivers, as this council sees once or twice on a usual Thursday evening. We're imposing our own design regulations on ourselves, and that's what Alan is going to talk about now. The boring part's over. I'm going to turn things over to Alan, who's going to walk through the vision for GasWorks.
Okay, good evening. I'm Alan Ward with Sasaki, and I'll summarize the vision and the plan for the GasWorks district. So this is a view looking south from Ybor City towards downtown, and you can see the site is outlined in red, the 27 or so acres. And you can see the site today is mostly industrial uses or vacant land. And I'll cover these 4 topics to summarize our plan, beginning with the historic context. There's some interesting older images to see the evolution of this site. So here it is, the site in 1938. You can see dominated by the GasWorks facility itself, and the grid was not totally intact here, except west of the railroad right-of-way. You can see there was intact the city grid, and we're going to restore that and bring that back as part of this plan. Here are views in the 1920s looking north from 4th Avenue. That's the Florida Brewery building in the foreground, and then the fabric and texture of Ybor City north of this site. So we're south of that area. And then when you look south on, that should say 15th Street or Channel side later, you can see largely vacant except for the GasWorks facility and some warehouse buildings. So here we are in 1920s again. There's the gasworks facility dominating the site. And then here's the edge of Ybor City looking south from 6th Avenue, largely vacant at that time. So this was kind of a collection area for industrial uses, pieces of city infrastructure, highways, and so forth. So our goal here is to knit this back together and reconnect it to the city. So here's a view looking north. That's the Florida Brewery building towards the center on 5th Avenue. And here you see the older historic fabric that was removed during urban renewal for Tampa Park Apartments, which we're now reinstating that urban fabric with new redevelopment to bring it back to that kind of scale and character. So this was this collection area of all these industrial uses. So it's strategically located, and we have the opportunity here to make connections and kind of repair this part of the city and make connections north and east to historic Ybor City, to the west to the Encore District, and then extend south to the Channel District and tie these areas together with trails, paths, new urban streets. So the first and key element is to bring back the grid, which was largely lost over the years, with two key connections. You see 4th Avenue is straightened out. It replaces the roundabout, the large curving streets, makes a link over the railroad to Nick Nuccio Parkway to the west. Likewise, Adamo Drive is linked over the railroad to Nick Nuccio Parkway as well. So two important connections made within the pattern of the grid, then reestablishing the grid in the heart of the plan as well as where possible on the Tampa Park site, Tampa Park Apartment site. At the center, you see that dot. That means this whole area is within a 5-minute walk based on that radius. And that dot is on a key parcel and a key building, an old warehouse building. And we'll talk about how that becomes reused as part of the heart of this redevelopment. So with these new streets, they're scaled to be compatible with historic Ybor streets, 2 lanes, 1 lane each direction, shaded sidewalks. So it takes the scale and character of historic Ybor into this district with the new streets, and they're also scaled to be very compatible for the bicyclist as well. There also are some important trail connections that we can add to or supplement. You see the green line on the bottom is the existing Selman Greenway along the north side of Adamo. It loops up the Channel side, back down to the Selman Expressway, and under it, there's a rendering of it on the right. We're adding an east-west connector on that north side of Adamo that you heard about earlier in that vacated land. It extends west over the railroad, connects over to Nick Nuccio Parkway, so it links the Selman west to the Parkway. Another new trail in the plan is on the south side of that curving railroad right-of-way, and that is a really intriguing connection because it links you from the Riverwalk, Water Street in the south, all the way up to the heart of Ybor City. So these are important new connections and linkages that are brought to this area. So with this overlay of the new streets, it brings the public streets and their sidewalks as kind of an overlay on what was a much larger scale district industrial area. We also, the trails are part of the public framework, new public framework that I just described. There also are some key public spaces. You see on that block E2, just to the west of it, is a new park, which is on the land that was previously the roundabout for cars. That becomes a new park for people. Just south of E2 is the vacated 3rd Avenue, which becomes a paseo, a pedestrian connection that leads into that park space to Channel side. And just adjacent to that is then a proposed new streetcar stop. So that starts to become the focus and the heart of the redevelopment of this district, the heart of the mixed-use program, where food, beverage, and retail will occur around that locus of public open space, paseo, streetcar stop, and the reuse of this industrial building, which we'll show you in more detail. There's a couple other open spaces also to the south along the railroad right-of-way as well. So this industrial building, warehouse building, it occupies the whole block. It's rather large. The most interesting feature are these great trusses inside of it. So we're proposing to adaptively reuse it for restaurants with outdoor dining that would extend to the paseo, carving some of the building for an outdoor courtyard for outdoor dining, and adding a collection of other uses to bring it to life and to make this heart, potentially a brewery, a market hall with a number of vendors, co-working or creative office space, perhaps a cultural arts use with some events that would be programmed here, an event space that people could rent out as kind of a centerpiece in the community. So this is a real place of discovery where all these kind of activities at the heart would occur within this building, and you'll see more illustrations of that as we go forward. So here's a rendering on 14th Street looking south. So that's 3rd Avenue to the right, which becomes the Paseo. That's just south of the reused industrial building on the right. So that's where the restaurants would open up onto that Paseo, like you see in the images on the right. And this also shows the scale of buildings transitioning down from taller buildings towards the Selman Expressway to lower buildings kind of in the heart of things, and then lower yet as you get near historic Ybor City. And you'll see more of that in the 3D model as we go forward. And then this rendering is looking east. We're just kind of over the railroad and Nick Nuccio Parkway, looking towards that reused industrial building in the background. That's 4th Avenue on the left, the Paseo and 3rd Avenue on the right. And then here is this key park space. It's adjacent to the streetcar stop. It's adjacent to the mixed use in this adaptively reused building, a water feature at this key, highly visible location, and then a flexible lawn where events can be programmed on the weekends and at other times, kind of in the spirit of what you see here on the right. So that's kind of a brief overview of the overall plan. Now Nick Mansberger is going to kind of dive a little deeper into the design character of the buildings and some of the blocks. Okay.
Thanks, Alan. I'm Nick Mansberger with Design Collective Architects, and we're going to show a couple images of the existing character and then a fly-through of the vision for the gasworks. So throughout the entire process and with the packet and everything you've seen, we've always been cognizant of the historic nature of Ybor City and how the rich historic character of that architecture should be influenced or should be influencing the scale and the level of detail that's going to happen in this development. And there's a couple of very specific things, such as the ornate brickwork that we see in many of the buildings in Ybor City and along 7th. We see a lot of larger scaled, taller windows that really start to set up some of the character of that architecture. Also, the balconies that we see along 7th Avenue and in the district are often clustered together. Sometimes they're private balconies, and sometimes they're public or commercial balconies that set up a ground level and second level public element to the experience in Ybor. These are all elements that are going to be utilized as tools and devices in the architecture and the character in this development just south of historic Ybor. As we look at the scale of the buildings, this became a very important element, especially in working with the Barrio Latino Commission. In the left image here, you can see a view that's looking towards downtown Tampa. Historic Ybor is in the foreground of that image, so we're looking to the southwest. And you can see that the scale and the texture of existing Ybor City is mirrored in the initial buildings of our development, and that the scale of those buildings then begin to rise as we go further south towards the expressway. And that's very purposeful, as was expressed earlier, with 3 different sets of height limits, being the lowest in the historic district and going towards high rises that are against the highway. The image on your right is a southeast looking perspective. So in the foreground, the tree-lined street is Nuccio coming in and hitting the 7th Avenue intersection. And so you can see again the scale of existing Ybor. You can see the Florida Brewery about center on that right image, and how that has a prominence and a hierarchy within the community. And that's something that's to be maintained even with this new development. So the proposed buildings immediately south of that site are actually lower than that brewery, and then begin to scale up again as it goes further south towards the expressway. The next image is not necessarily to be studied for architectural character, but just to be suggestive of the scale of buildings that are being looked at for the development. So within the historic district, looking at low density, you can see in this rendering 3 to 5 stories, allowing those scales to change as we cross streets. And as we get towards the middle image, we're at the middle portion of the site from a north-south perspective. So we're looking at buildings that are a little bit taller. They celebrate their commercial aspect, the mixed use on the ground floor, and then residential, office, or hotel above. And many of these buildings have elevated courtyards or at-grade courtyards that might be open to the public, as you can see in that center image as well, in terms of being expressive out to the streetscape. As we get to the southernmost part of the site, we are talking about high-rise development. Again, this could be office, hotel, or residential, but architecture that is able to obtain views over to the bayfront that's to the south and get above that elevated expressway. So as a conceptual rendering, and again, this is just conceptual architecture, so we shouldn't be focusing on the details of the buildings. This is a view that is hovering above 7th, and we're looking south, so we can see Nuccio going towards the central business district to the right. The buildings in the foreground of this image are our northernmost buildings that fall under the purview of the Barrio Latino Commission. So we've been working with that group to get the scale appropriate to work with the context of historic Ybor. And then again, you can see that scale that begins to rise up towards the high rises at the very south side. We have a video we're going to share now that is about 2.5 minutes, and it gives you a sense of the character and the placemaking that we're intending for the site. It comes with some music. We're going to try and turn that down, though, because I'm going to talk over it. But
I think it's off.
We'll see. Perfect.
Oh, can you all see the video? Alex. Straight over there.
Yeah, Alex, I didn't get back in it.
The video.
What is it?
Is that your PowerPoint on this one?
This is just a video. We pull up, this is connected by HDMI.
With that PowerPoint on this one?
It is on this one, yeah. They're both
I don't know
on.
why this is showing that screen, so I'm on the wrong screen.
No, it's not.
It
But
says
this
it
is
now.
my screen. But now the PowerPoint's not pulling up either. This is my like home screen. Let me try to see.
That it? Okay, sorry.
But it's not showing up on the actual screen, it's just showing on my laptop, but it's not pulled up on here. Yeah, that's what this is.
It is? You unplugged it? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
unplugged it.
I have it on a USB drive, do you want me to try that?
Might be better,
We're gonna skip the video. Yeah. We're gonna skip the video.
Good evening, Council. My name is Graham Turrell with Kettler. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and talk about the Gasworks project. Sorry we couldn't get the video to work. I think you guys would have enjoyed that. So I'm going to talk, Alan and Nick have really described the overall sort of the physical manifestation of Gasworks. I want to talk a little more about the community benefits aspect of the project. And it really falls into a couple of different buckets: the public improvements, affordable housing, historic preservation, and then really some of the economic impacts that we see coming from the project as well. So starting with the infrastructure improvements, obviously in a project of this size, there is substantial infrastructure requirements needed. A lot of the existing infrastructure is substandard, or it really doesn't even exist today. You know, as Alan said, we're adding new streets. So a lot of what we're talking about here is really adding in new streets, new utilities, and we have as much as 1.8 miles of those. In terms of the overall neighborhood, obviously stormwater treatment needs to be considered, and we're addressing that through the development as well. And then we also have a lot, you can see the image there on the right, we have a lot of overhead power lines in this area. There's a substation that sits right at 14th and 4th Avenue. And so we're talking to TECO about putting a lot of that overhead power line infrastructure underground as well, up to the extent of another mile of overhead power lines. And then a big part of what we're talking about as well is the CSX crossings. Obviously, we have a barrier, if you will, with the CSX rail line. We do have one existing crossing today at the roundabout. We'd like to improve that by restoring the street grid. We're also looking at adding a second crossing point. Then there are the mobility investments. So it's not just about putting in new streets. We want those streets to be walkable. We want them to be bike friendly, and we want people to really get out of their cars and start using transit as well. So that's really a big sort of motivation of our entire project design. We have 3.6 miles of new sidewalks in this project, so it's a really substantial amount of new sidewalks. Some of these sidewalks exist today, but they're very narrow. They have utility poles in the way. Some of them are crumbling. We're going to be repairing all of those. We have about 1.2 miles of new multi-use trails. Alan already mentioned those trails, the way they're going to connect the Selman Expressway Trail with the Lucio Parkway Trail. And then really, it's thinking beyond just adding those abilities for people to get from place to place on foot or on bike. We want to talk about the last mile, those little mobility hubs that we need, the bike racks, the bike stations, the scooter stations, all those things that really help people think, you know what, I can get to my place of work, I can get to where I'm going to this evening for dinner without getting in a car. And then we've already talked about the new streetcar stop. We think that's really important. Obviously, Channel District has a streetcar stop, Ybor has a streetcar stop, but there's really nothing in between. And so there's a large gap there, and we think it's really, with the size development we're doing, it's really appropriate to have a new transit stop there, really get people thinking about, moving downtown all the way up to eventually Tampa Heights through the streetcar. And then we have a substantial amount of mobility and mitigation fees that come along with this project as well. That's $5 million there. Project this size will have quite considerable environmental enhancements too. As we've shown you in those pictures, the history of the site is very industrial in nature. There's a lot of contamination throughout the entire area. Most of the area will ultimately, if not all of it, end up in the brownfields program. Some of it already is. So we will be remediating a lot of soils and replacing, bad contamination with new construction. When we're done, we're going to have 2 acres of public space, open public space. So that doesn't exist really today. What we have today is actually 12 acres of surface parking and storage yards. So it's a really underutilized area and really kind of a bad environmental area when you start to think about it. As Nick was saying, the buildings themselves are not designed yet. This is a PDA, but ultimately as we go through designing buildings and we start bringing those in, they will have LEED, they will have NHAB green building standards. We'll be looking at things like Fitwel as well. Some really sort of creative ways to improve the livability of buildings, not just from an environmental point of view, but also from a health point of view. Historic preservation, obviously a very important subject when you're talking about an area that overlaps with Ybor City. As we've already kind of referenced, the adaptive reuse of the warehouse building, it was a 1950s building. It's not actually a contributing structure, but we think, based on those pictures you've seen tonight, it's got some really cool aspects to it, particularly on the inside of the building, and we think that could be a really important center of the community. There is one existing contributing structure, an old house on the property. That's the blue house there you see at the corner of 3rd Avenue and 14th. And we have committed to relocating that structure elsewhere within the historic district. And then, as we mentioned already, we do have the approval of the Barrio Latino. And throughout the whole neighborhood, we really want to bring some of that character and history of the area into things like signage, into things like markers. So we really want to reflect that in the public spaces. Obviously, affordable housing is a big subject right now, and we recognize that. And so this will be the largest private commitment of affordable housing that Tampa has seen to date. 325 units of affordable housing. They will be 80% and 120% median income units. They will be mixed with the market rate. And that represents a $62 million value commitment. So that's a substantial commitment from the project. 50% of the affordable housing units will be delivered before we even start using the bonus density. So this is a bonus density related affordable commitment. And that commitment we have sort of said is we will not wait until we use the bonus density. We're going to use that before we even reach the bonus density. And then one thing to realize is that people may ask, well, why don't you do bonus density on the entire project? You can do more units, you can do everything else and more affordable. Well, the reality is only a certain percentage of the property is eligible for bonus. It's in Ybor City, it's in a historic district, we have height constraints. So not every parcel and not every portion of the property is eligible for bonus density. We've already talked a little bit tonight about CRAs, and as has been acknowledged, that we are actually in 4 different CRAs, so which makes this a very interesting project in some respects. But I think it's also, in some respects, good news too, right? It means that we are going to be creating new development in 4 different CRAs that can benefit from that tax influx. We're estimating about $63 million of incremental taxes that are going to be generated. And that's just through the expiration dates of the CRAs today. So to the extent those CRAs get renewed and then go further into the future, our buildings will obviously generate a lot more taxes. At that point, they will be completed, built out development. One thing also that's worth mentioning here is the number of jobs that our project's going to create. This is not an all residential development. It's going to have a substantial amount of office space, a substantial amount of retail space. We're projecting between 2,500 and 3,000 new jobs. And one of the things that we think that really makes for interesting, overall, when you start thinking bigger picture for Tampa, the good news is Tampa's really emerged recently as a major innovation market. There's been a 20% increase in STEM jobs in the last 5 years. We're getting calls already, like, when are you guys going to have office space ready in Gasworks? We want to come to Gasworks. Office tenants, brokers, corporations are all starting to realize they want to be in a 20-minute community. They want to be in those places where their employees can walk out the door, go to restaurants, go to shops, go to their apartment. And that's really, I think, how you sort of build these successful communities, right? You create that mixed-use environment, and it really starts to draw the jobs that then support the people who want to live in the area. And we think Gasworks will do that really well, and we're already seeing signs of it from people approaching us. And the PDA really allows us the flexibility as well to increase the amount of office. So to the extent that office market really becomes strong in the area, we can start to increase and reduce the amount of residential. And I just threw in a few comments here, a few quotes from recent reports from ULI and JLL, but it really reinforces that point. Office tenants today are really looking for those amenity-rich neighborhoods. And while we really want to focus on bringing in, jobs and retail and all these exciting things, we also want to really make sure we sort of honor the tradition of Ybor City in terms of its sort of entrepreneurialism, the local businesses, the artists and the makers that already exist in the area. So we're definitely going to make sure we have smaller spaces included in our retail, for example, flexible spaces where startup companies can go, where artists can go, and really allow those businesses to grow and sort of, really that's sort of beneficial for us when you think about it. If a business can do well as a startup, then they can grow, we can lease them larger space. We also want to really sort of, embrace the public art scene that's already in Ybor. Daryl Shaw is going to talk next, and Daryl's already been heavily involved in many sort of art-related projects throughout Ybor, the Meat Yard, Crest Building. So we want to coordinate with folks who are sort of operating in those buildings, really sort of use that resource and bring it into Gasworks. And one of the simple ways you could think about that is just through public art. We think there's great opportunities. This project's going to last a long time. We're going to have a lot of vacant sites. We're going to have a need for some screening, signage, the substation site that's right across from the warehouse. There's lots of ways we can use the artist community. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Daryl.
Councilman Miranda.
I saw that the CSX, you have 2 crossings with CSX.
That's right.
And have you got any agreements with them or anything?
We are working with them, but we have good traction. Not to use a pun, but we've been talking to CSX now for probably about 18 months, and we are actively working with them on making those crossings happen.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. Daryl Shaw with Gasworks. 1988, I graduated from college and moved down to Ybor City. I lived above what was the Greco hardware store. It was on the corner of 8th Avenue and 15th Street. At the time, it was west of the Moon Studios. Below today, it's Rock Brothers Brewery. A friend of mine and myself purchased a small building on 7th Avenue, which we were going to renovate into office space. And prior to beginning renovation, it was Guavaween. I invited my family to come and watch the parade, and we stood on the balcony and watched the the thousands of people below and the parade go by. It ended uneventfully. We went home. 2 weeks later, precisely 2 weeks later at 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning, I got a call from the police that said, "Do you own this building on 7th Avenue?" I said, "Yes." They said, "Well, you better get down here quickly because it's lying in the middle of the street." The balcony that all 12 of my family members and I were on collapsed by itself in the wee hours of a Sunday morning. We did not know whether or not there was anybody underneath. We spent the day clearing the rubble. Thank God nobody was below. And although we had a complete economic loss, I look back and am so thankful for how lucky we were to escape a significant tragic event. It ended the real estate career. I went back to school, and it wasn't until a handful of years ago that I rekindled my interest in Ybor City. I met some property owners in Ybor, the Buckman family, the Capitano family, the Guayarda family. I became friends with them. We became partners, and they became mentors. And over the last several years, we have been thinking through how to help revitalize Ybor and bring back Ybor to become again one of America's great neighborhoods. And there's a lot that goes into that thought process. It's a holistic view. It's not a focus on an individual property. It begins with bringing people, lots of people, to live in the district. That is a key element. It is looking at green space and public parks. It looks at landscaping plans. It needs to look at bike paths and walkability. It's reconnecting the grid. It is looking at diversity from an economic, a business interest, diversity of economic base, a diversity of population, and a diversity of housing. And so we have very significant plan and vision for Ybor that will unfold over a number of years. By far the most significant, but not the only component of it, is the Gasworks plan. And so I've had the honor to partner with Kettler. They've been amazing partners thus far, and we are very, very excited about what Gasworks will do for Ybor, for the people of Ybor, for the city of Tampa, and for the Tampa Bay area. So we thank you for your kind consideration this evening.
Mr. Hudson.
And that concludes our presentation.
All right, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will take public comment. I ask that if you are going to speak, to please form a line, my left, your right. When Mr. Hudson requested, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to me. When Mr. Hudson requested that these items be moved before others on the agenda, it was because he knew that there were going to be lots of public comment. Out of respect to the petitioners for items number 5, 9, and 10. Can we keep our comments to a minimum? And please not repeat what someone has said before you. Thank you. Mr. Gansmart, are you first?
Richard Gansmart, it's an honor to be here today. We're witnessing history repeating itself when, once upon a time in 1900, there were 3,000 residences, where tens of thousands of people would call Ybor City home, where they worked, they shopped, they dined, and they played. They would walk along the streets in a time where they used the streetcars and bicycles. There weren't cars. And sadly, my family, the Columbia Restaurant, is the last of those from the golden era. That was started actually in 1903 on December 17th. There have been tough times when urban renewal came in the 50s, and they sent these families that immigrated here, and their families went on, their children went on to be successful to the suburbs. The homes were removed. This is an opportunity for you to vote. My father always said it was going to take a person from out of town, a person with vision, a passion for Ybor City. And I wish he had met Darrell Shaw, who's been able to gather these properties together. My family has struggled, but we're investing $10 to $20 million over the next 10 years. We're going to put a Sicilian market there at the Naviera. It's under construction. We're going to have Segunda Central, where once Royal Palm was, baking bread so people could see it so they could walk to pick up their bread. And the Naviera coffee will be roasting and going through the air, and that you'll be able to feel that history. I created something called Cafe Colice at the airport that was named the best new coffee concept in the country, number 5 in the world. It was developed for Ybor City so that you can go back there. It's my responsibility as a family of the 4th generation to take care from 20th to 22nd Street. I wish my father was here. I know he is. And I'm grateful to Darrell Shaw and the team he's putting together. I just can't wait. I'm going to stay here. My children will be here. We're going to be providing jobs. And to the north of Ybor City will exist. Affordable housing is important. Where, like we did, the Sicilians, the Spanish, the Cubans, the African Americans, we worked side by side. And that's what it's going to take. Ybor City will reunite the citizens of this great community. On behalf of our family and everybody, God bless each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Janet Scherberger, president of Walk Bike Tampa, and I'm speaking in support of this project on behalf of the entire Walk Bike Tampa board. We met with the developers and we were struck by their genuine commitment to community engagement and collaboration. We were also really struck by the project itself. In fact, a few of us were literally brought to tears by what we saw. What can I say? We are just complete transportation and urban planning nerds. In many aspects, the vision for Gasworks dovetails with our vision for a more walkable, bikeable city. It prioritizes people over parking and therefore cars. That's a philosophy we'd like to see embraced citywide. Some noteworthy elements: an abundance of shade trees rather than palms, which makes a really big difference for people when you're walking out in the Florida sun. The plans to narrow vehicle lanes on existing streets, which slows down cars and makes the streets safer for people on bikes and people who are walking. The 10-foot wide multi-use trails that make it easy for people to walk side by side or pass each other easily. There's also the streetcar stop and the parks and the pedestrian promenade. Based on these plans, it looks like this district will be a safe and comfortable for people walking and on bikes. And this is a project that really has the potential to be one of Tampa's best in terms of people-centric planning. We hope this district does not become an island and that the city will continue to create connections friendly to people who choose not to drive cars between our neighborhoods and economic centers and would rather go by transit, on foot, or by bike between USF, Ybor, Gasworks, Water Street, downtown, Midtown, West Shore, and the airport. Walk Bike Tampa looks forward to seeing this project come out of the ground, and we urge you to vote in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I support this project because I think this represents an important example of the power of city council on land use and affordable housing. Beach Park, a randomly selected neighborhood that I wanted to bring up as a comparison, is 500 acres, has 3,000 people, and the median cost of a home that's for sale there in June was almost $2.5 million. This is 1/10 of the size, 50 acres or less. I think I've seen numbers around 5,000 people or more that might be housed here, and there's at least 300 affordable units in it. So I just think it's important to emphasize the power of the affordable housing bonus density. Consider how many units you're aware of that have been actually used that program, how many are used here, and how this represents your ability to use land use to affect change in our city that will actually provide housing for people and make walkable communities and do all the things that we want in our city today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Chair. I have not been sworn in. So I was not here.
If there is anybody else in this room, Mr. Bell, have you been sworn in? Yes, I have. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in this room that hasn't been sworn in?
I do.
Thank you.
Council, I'm Leroy Moore, 5301 West Cypress Street. As you know, I am Senior Vice President at Tampa Housing Authority. I'm also Chair of ULI Tampa Bay. I'm actually here today, this evening, to actually speak to you, not in either of those roles, but as a public developer and as a practitioner of sustainable development and community building. And in my capacity in both of those roles, you know, it's rare that we get a chance to actually see a project like this that employs all of the tenets of best practices, from sustainability to walkability, connectability, and my most important one, diverse in both uses as well as incomes. So it's very pleasing to see a project like this take place right across from Encore, and I have to give the developers credit. You know you're in a good neighborhood when neighbors come and knock on your door before you go and knock on their door and ask what's going on. And over 2 years ago now, they came to me as the Tampa Housing Authority, and for 2 years now, they've been sharing this plan as it has evolved. We have been able to actually collaborate on how these two communities will not become isolated from one another, but will be connected to one another with roadways as well as compatible uses as well as densities. So we've actually been able to put our planners on lots that are going to be facing their development with their development team so that there's some great similarities and symmetry across Nebraska Avenue, which is very important for Encore. Having private sector developers engaged in providing affordable housing is so very crucial for our city. That does not happen in Tampa often, and we've got to create the mechanisms to allow a lot more of that to happen. So when a project like this is going to be delivering 325 affordable units, you know, it is an incredible opportunity for low-income people to be able to live, work, recreate in a very high amenitized area and lower their cost of living, not just from affordable housing, but being able to reduce their reliance on automobile transportation as well. So I rise in support of this item, and thank you so much for considering it.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lee Bell. I'm the President and CEO of the Ybor City Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. On behalf of the Ybor City Chamber of Commerce, we would like to offer our support for the Gasworks Development Master Plan. Ybor has the potential to become one of the most desired relocation destinations in Tampa Bay, and we believe the Gasworks project will make it a reality by redeveloping a currently abandoned area and make it a community, family-friendly neighborhood. The proposed development is committed to complementing and honoring Ybor City's unique history, revitalizing the historic district that makes up the soul of Tampa. Ybor City, our chamber, and the city of Tampa will benefit from the residents and businesses that Gasworks will attract. It is crucial to mention that Gasworks will provide better connectivity and mobility in the city, making it one of the most walkable neighborhoods, with priority given to pedestrians and bike traffic. We believe the proposed mixed-use development will be a great contribution to Ybor City and the entire Tampa Bay region. Gasworks will add the needed housing units to accommodate the ongoing population growth in our community, stimulate the local economy, and enhance Ybor City's historic district. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Max Chalura. I'm a resident of Ybor City. I own a house there, and I'm a business owner. I own Chill Bros Ice Cream. I chose Ybor City as the location of my business, and the first location of my business where we made all the ice cream, because I saw a lot of potential in the growth of this city, as well as the the historical components, the everything there is to love about Ybor City. I guess, from there, let me just regain where I'm at here. My main point tonight is just, this development is something I'm very excited about. It's going to boost the amount of jobs. It's going to boost the amount of traffic that we get in our Ybor City. And, ultimately, that means a lot for small businesses, up-and-coming businesses like my own. This team is doing an excellent job of putting that together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Councilman Maniscalco.
Sir, Mr. Chalura? Yes. This in no way affects my decision tonight, but Chill Brothers is the best ice cream in Tampa.
Or are you going to buy some the next Thursday? Are you going to buy some for all of us?
I just recommended a Sunday, Mike.
No, wait. I'm waiting for an answer. Are you going to buy us ice cream to show us how good it is?
Tampa banana. That's one of their flavors.
Fine.
And the one I
Expect
recommend.
that next Thursday. Yeah. I don't think 1 gallon's going to get it.
Good evening, Council. My name's Ernest Hooper, and I'm here as a private citizen to speak in support of the project. Legacy and community matter when it comes to our family, our historic neighborhoods, and our community members. They mattered during Tampa's earliest days, and they matter now. I've spent more than a year volunteering at Booker T. Washington Elementary School, and it's a meaningful engagement because my great-grandfather was a teacher and principal at Booker T. Washington in the 1930s and 40s. Reading to kids at the school allows me to carry on the legacy of my grandfather and the numerous educators in my family. When I first learned about Gas Works and spoke to Darrell Shaw about his plans, I immediately asked him, how will Booker T. Washington fit into the new footprint? Of course, the school's ongoing existence lies with the school district, but I'm happy to say that Mr. Shaw was not only aware of Booker T. Washington's historic significance, but he had already developed a relationship with the Booker T. Washington principal and given support to the school. To me, this is a small but telling aspect about the man and the people behind the project. Legacy matters to them. Community matters to them. It's the attention given to these details that lead me to support Gas Works, Mr. Shaw, and his team. When you talk about legacy and community, you have to talk about inclusion. Gas Works will feature 325 affordable housing units, more than the number of affordable housing units that previously existed on that site. That's inclusion. It'll also include a grocery store, extending life for the nearby Encore neighborhood. Having first moved to Hillsborough County in 1988, I've always tried to be a voice for positive change and let my care for the community lead my actions. Gas Works reflects that care. It'll create a rising tide that will lift all boats. It'll strengthen Ybor City, connect the historic district to Channelside in downtown Tampa, and add to the city's prosperity and sustainability. That's why this project has my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I appreciate you guys having us today, and I'll try to keep it short for you. My name is Frank Delagrana, and I'm here in support of the Gasworks project. To give you a background on myself, I'm a fourth-generation Tampa Ybor City native, and I consider myself a product of Ybor City. My great-grandfather, Big Joe Licata, opened La Mecca Cafe in 1920, where the Truist building now sits on 7th Avenue. Across the street from that, my grandfather, Frank Delagrana, opened Delagrana Tourism and Travel and Tourism, which was catty corner from that. I grew up in Ybor City. My dad still has his law practice in the building where my grandfather started his travel agency. And I've lived in Ybor City for 5 years, and it's a part of me. I love Ybor with all my heart. And I don't know Mr. Shaw on a personal level, but I believe in his vision. I believe that, you know, the secret's out on our city. Everyone knows what a wonderful place this is, and they're going to be moving here no matter what. So this project is much needed. It's going to connect Ybor City to the rest of all the wonderful developments that are going on and add to the future and history of this wonderful city. So I thank you guys, and I support this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for having me speak today. My name is Nicole Rodriguez, and I am the owner of Ybor City Laundry, Bread on the Bay, and Los Chapos Tacos, all of which are located in front of the former Tampa Park housing projects off 7th Avenue and Scott Street. Los Chapos Tacos started as a tiny little food truck with just 2 employees. It has since grown to a women-owned business with over 30 employees across 3 locations. 2 of those locations are in Ybor City. I started my business back in 2019, and I have had a storefront in Ybor since 2021. My team has been blessed. We truly believe Ybor could be the #1 destination in all Tampa Bay, but we need your support. Gasworks, the 50-acre mixed-use site, would have a far-reaching positive impact, attracting other investors and transforming small shops into sustainable, lasting businesses. It would complement the neighborhood's authentic character, honoring the rich historic architecture of Ybor City while redeveloping abandoned buildings and underutilized lots. But that's not all. I believe the proposed location would fill the gap between the historic district and the new Water Street. Since my arrival, much of the buildings in the neighborhood have been vacant. I'd like to help bring life back to Ybor. The revitalization effort would be remarkable. It would help the area prepare for future growth. The developer's commitment to providing 325 affordable housing units would add density to the community. Currently, there are no apartments close by. Many of my employees live outside of Ybor, some up to 45 minutes away, though they would definitely move to Ybor if they could. The proposed development would make this possible. When I first heard about Gasworks, it was Taco Tuesday, and a Fox 13 news anchor asked me to do an interview about how the development would affect my restaurant. All I could think about was how great this project could be and how incredible it would be to support housing choices and affordability and strengthen the community. Bringing Gasworks into Ybor would be amazing, not only for my business, but for everyone in the area. Armature Works was a success, Sparkman Wharf too, and there is no doubt in my mind that the Gasworks would be just as successful. Tampa is growing quickly, and we need to grow with our city in order to thrive. Gasworks would make this possible. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is E.J. Salsinas. I'm a native of Tampa, and I'm here in total support of this project that has been outlined to you in detail, so I not need repeat any of what has already been said. But knowing the partners that Darrell Shaw has put together, many of them that are here, outstanding citizens of this community, supporting this project, I echo the totality of what has been presented to you. 50 years ago, as a young elected prosecuting attorney, I saw something changing in my native city. I saw a lot of warehouses full of rats coming down and disappearing. A group of men with vision, with determination, and with a lot of money, not only public, but private citizens, put together an effort that 50 years ago started transforming in what we now have, this great champion city that we're all proud to call Tampa. When I met Darrell Shaw, he told me what his vision was. I wanted to know who his partners were. I met his partners, many of whom I've known from childhood. We are all convinced that this Gasworks project will be a massive transfusion that will revitalize an area that has been not only dormant, but almost dying in this area of town. This is a great opportunity. I speak to all of you from the hearts of the citizens of Tampa who know and love this area. This is going to be a major transfusion. I may not see it 50 years from now, but it'll bring a new vitality to this area. And I'm also pleased to assure you that these individuals that are behind this project know our great history. They know the great blending of the different cultures, ethnicities, races, and they all support making Tampa even better. And I urge you to support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Belated birthday to you, Mr. Salsinas.
Is there any other public comment? Mr. Hudson? Need I ask that you need time for rebuttal?
No, thank you.
And then, Mr. Hudson, does this finish your presentation?
This is the conclusion of our presentation. We're willing to waive any more time for rebuttal. We're happy to answer any questions you have and appreciate your patience this evening.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Well, thank you very much for the very detailed presentation. I'm also born and raised in Tampa. My family does not have Ybor City history, sadly, because my mother and grandparents came from Cuba in 1961, 1962 is when they came here, but they've always had a love for Ybor City. And my grandmother would tell me stories of some of the people that spoke, their grandparents and other family members, and memories they had from the Columbia restaurant and Cesar Gonsmart and all this stuff. But they also tell me about the decline in Ybor, something that Judge Salsinas mentioned in the 70s and in 80s. And then we saw a revival in the 90s, but nothing of this magnitude. And I've been waiting a long time for the renaissance of Ybor City. And I think this project, Gasworks, is going to be that catalyst that makes Ybor City even more beautiful than it was before. So I'm very happy to support it, and I'm looking forward to, you know, it's going to be transformational in ways that you can see the renderings, but until we see it and we can walk the streets, this is something that we need, along with Water Street, what's happening in the Channel District in Tampa Heights. This is going to complete that puzzle. So thank you to Mr. Shaw for your vision and all his partners. Everybody I see, Mr. Guayardo, Mr. Buckman, so many other people, but we need this. And this is going to bring Ybor City alive in ways that we cannot imagine. So thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. You know, I had the pleasure, the honor, and the luck, really, to be born in Ybor City. And there's nothing else. In fact, my first racehorse that I ever bred, I named him Ybor City Charlie, and he never won a race. But then I came back and I named another horse that I owned called Cuban Sandwich, and he became a stakes place winner. So see, a sandwich is always better than Charlie. So what I'm saying is thank you, all of you, for who you are and what you've done. Ybor City did demise, but it was just more than one thing, in my opinion anyway. It was certainly when the cigar factories became dormant that cigar industry left. And those people that started the factories or worked in the factories, they're also left by age, I guess. And when the kids got educated, They found a better job than what they had before that their parents have, and they moved out. So when they moved out, there was a lot of vacant homes. Yeah, they want to blame the expressway for everything. That's part of it. But in my opinion, it was a combination of many things. And, you know, the Columbia is a great place. I started working there way back when I was a teenager. In my opinion, I'm still a teenager. But it ain't how you look, it's how you feel. So I'm getting kind of old. But thank you all for what you've done. This would be the ending strap of a city, because now you got development where it used to be La Draga, and EJ will tell you what the La Draga was. And then you have development where it used to be in Tampa Heights, that you had a bridge there that two individuals would turn it around, and people forgot that that bridge is there now that goes over the river was not there. There was another one, it was wooden, I think, when I was a kid. But those things are forgotten. So when you see all that and you see it coming back, and things have changed, they just got more modern, because everybody used to walk. No one in Ybor City, cars, you had maybe 10 cars where I lived at, that was a square mile. And there was horses in Ybor City. There was cows, there was goats, believe me when I tell you this. And everybody had chickens. And it was like living in a small farm with neighbors right close to you. Odd, but true. So it is what it is, and there's nothing like a renaissance, a new renaissance. Certainly it doesn't look like it used to, but it looks much better. And I think when you finish this here, Tampa would be the envy of no city in any part of the United States of America. It'd be better than any one of them, because it's got the port, it's got the airport, it's got different cultures, different feels, different flavors. And I remember going many times to the Fontainebleau Hotel just to go see Tropicana. And I'll tell you one day about Tropicana. I know you all are falling asleep because you're older than I am. You can't stand the resistance of this council. That we can still talk forever. But thank you for what you've done. Thank you for what you're planning to do. And Hooper, I still read your articles, even though they were written 10 years ago. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Is that Councilman Carlson?
Yes. If you don't mind, I'll just say something fast. A lot of very important people in the room, people of great character, who have contributed a lot to our community over the years, and also people of great vision. And I just want to thank everybody for their participation. The easiest cases for us to handle, or the best cases, are when a group takes their time to really understand a community, meet with all the different constituents and stakeholders, and also the city, and work out all the issues. And this group, as we watched, have taken their time, and they've met with everybody. And out of all the people in the room, I guess we don't have a single one that's opposed to it. But I want to thank everybody for their vision and everything that they've contributed to our community. And also, I will say, without any influence on how I'll vote, my kids, my favorite flavor at Chill Bros is guava pastelito. And my kids love that place. They perked up here behind me when you started talking about it. And my other great ice cream flavor is the chocolate over at Ulele. So we'll talk about food later. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Councilman Vieira, one moment, please. Councilman Goode.
You know, we talk about history. Remember when the old Franklin Funeral Home was on Nebraska as a boy? I can remember the nightclub when I was in high school and going out to the Alien at Tampa Park after the football game, getting home late and getting a whipping because I got home 15, 20 minutes late. You know, Tampa Park is lost. But you had some founders, Mr. Harvey, Mr. Andrews, who put Tampa Park together because of the need of our longshoremen. Because of our longshoremen at the port. So I'm just hoping that when we do these developments, we remember who used to live there. And we keep the faith of keeping it inclusionary. Making sure that everyone has a place to be able to go and say, I know it was there once before, but we're still allowed to come here. We're part of the project. We're part of the atmosphere here. You have to have that, because I can remember my mom used to take me down to Ybor City to Dr. Pardo. That was most of the black kids' doctor, Dr. Pardo. And about 4 or 5 months ago, I think I met his son. We were down there for the, I think Guido, you were there. We got introduced the son of Dr. Pardo. We were down there for the ribbon cutting, remember? So you had Hispanic people, Italian people, everybody down in Ybor, black people. So that area was a area for everybody. So I'm just hoping when it comes back, when you bring it back alive, Mr. Shaw, that we don't forget what we said, we keep our promises, and we make sure it's inclusive. I'm glad that you got some housing in there. That's a big part of what we're going through in this city, inclusion. And I believe when people are working together, people also about the poor, but it's not poor people, it's just people getting a chance to have an opportunity. Because if I can be able to see how Mr. Guido has made it and be able to talk to him, he can give me some ideas and mentor me, then I become better. Then I become able to help somebody else. So I'm just hoping and praying that, we have all these developments going on, that remember that everybody is entitled to have an opportunity, and we give everybody an opportunity to be there. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you so much to everybody who came out. My apologies for not being there live. I'm actually in City Hall, but I had COVID and I have a lot of coughing going on, so I didn't think it proper to be in the room, but I'm negative, thank God. But I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out. I'm on this, on cases like this, it's great to see a moral purpose combined then with something that is legally sufficient before us. That issue of legal sufficiency, I think, speaks for itself. But we have had people whose names mean a lot, not just for the city of Tampa, but for Ybor City in particular, come out and vouch upon their legacy and their good name for this project, and that it will be consistent with the vision of Ybor, consistent with the history of Ybor, and respectful of what Ybor City symbolizes to our city of Tampa. Anybody who's had family for generations in Tampa has had connections through Ybor City. I know I certainly have. My paternal grandfather lived there for a little bit, probably 90, 100 years ago, and other family members. And Ybor City is where so many of us have come through. And to have a project like this that affirms the history of Ybor City through giants that mean so much to Ybor City, I think just means a lot to this council. So I'll speak for myself that it is something that I'm proud to support. I know that in doing this, we trust that certain values will be kept in this project, and I feel that they will. So I just wanted to thank everybody for all the hard work in this. It's been a pleasure to listen to this. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I will echo my support for this project. We hear a lot on this council of new projects, of projects that want to come, and they want to get the feel of Tampa, and every single one of them mentions Ybor. Everyone mentions the history of Ybor, bringing the history of Tampa, and the history of Tampa really means the history of Ybor. Ybor is where everything started, and we are so lucky to still have what remains in Ybor, and I know the partners in this project aren't just trying to help preserve what we have, but have delicately worked with all the partners to make sure that it connects and fits with the neighborhood. It's a really tall undertaking because you hear everyone in this room and their stories and their history and their recollections of Ybor, and being the one to try to do it is really brave. But I think with the partnership that you have and the vision and what we're seeing, very excited to see what comes of this. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that my favorite thing about how you presented this project was how I never saw a car in it. And I just think that's really wonderful in the fact that we are really trying to connect those different parts of this city and how we can do that in a way that doesn't require a car, because to get to downtown from Ybor doesn't really take that long. It actually, I have found that it takes much longer in a car from here to get to Ybor than it does just to hop on the streetcar. So that is what I generally do when I need to go down to Ybor during the day. So I just want to say thank you for that. I appreciate and look forward to how this project develops.
I can't add to that. So the only thing I'm going to say is Viva Ybor. We have a motion to close, second by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Miranda, would you like to take agenda item 12 VAC 22-03?
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you very much. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning those portions of Mississippi Avenue right-of-way located south of 2nd Avenue, north of Lee Roy Selman Expressway, east of Channelside Drive, and west of North 15th Street, and that portion of 3rd Avenue located south of 4th Avenue, north of 2nd Avenue, west of Channelside Drive, and east of Nick Nuncio Parkway, all within the plat of Leslie subdivision, the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, and more fully described in section 2 thereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set herein, providing for enforcement of penalties and for violation, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repeating conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco? Yes. Miranda?
Yes.
Herzog?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 25th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Councilman Vieira, can you take agenda item 13? File number REZ 21-114.
We can't hear him.
Councilman Vieira, you're muted.
All right, okay. This is an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 920 Gamelin Court, 1400 North Channelside Drive, 717 and 802 North 12th Street, 1302, 1307, 1405, and 1417 East 2nd Avenue, 1301, 1306, 1419 East 4th Avenue, 1205, and 1315 East 5th Avenue, and 1302 and 1402 North 15th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification IG, industrial general, PD plan development, YC2, Ybor City residential, YC6, community commercial, YC9, Ybor City plan development, IH, industrial heavy, and RM 24 residential multifamily, the PDA plan development alternative, and YC9 Ybor City plan development residential multifamily and commercial uses, providing an effective date.
A motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Miranda?
Yes.
Herzog?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption on August 25th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Resolution will be moved at second reading, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Both
Thank
the
you.
resolution on the bonus provision agreement and the development agreement, you'll move those on August 25th.
Thank you. And number 14, Councilman Carlson.
That doesn't have to be moved tonight. That's
Perfect.
That's not tonight.
no.
Perfect. I thank everybody for that. You got it? You got the gavel.
You're leaving so early? Take care, man.
Chairman Citro could only handle 12 and a half hours of city council, so I'm taking over.
It's been a long day.
Only 12 and a half hours. All right, item number 4. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry,
item
5.
five.
5.
Okay, yes. Thank you so much, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. This is item number 5, REZ 21-134. This is for the property located at 3915 West Euclid Avenue. The applicant is being represented by Jim Porter. The request is to rezone the property from RS 60 residential single family to PD plan development, and it is for residential single family detached, in the creation of 2 lots. So I'll turn it over to the planning commission, and, I'll come back and give my report after. Thank you.
Can you see the projector?
No. Now we can. Go ahead, sir.
Danny Collins again, with your planning commission staff have been sworn in. Our next case is within the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the Virginia Park neighborhood. Clark Circle Park is the closest public recreation facility, being located a quarter-mile to the northeast of the site. The closest transit stop is located 60 feet west of the site at the intersection of West Euclid Avenue and South Grady Avenue. Subject site is within a Level A evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site is just east of the intersection of West Euclid and South Grady Avenue. The surrounding area is predominantly residential in character, with the majority of the residents being single-family detached. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is within the residential 10 designation. It's surrounded by the residential 10 on all sides. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application, found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of West Euclid Avenue has an existing density of 5.38 units per acre. The PD proposes 6.45 units per acre, which is comparable to the existing block density. The existing block density on this portion of West Euclid Avenue is 53% of the density anticipated under the R10 designation, which indicates that the block is potentially, or this site is potentially underutilized. The PD rezoning will allow for better utilization of the land that is consistent with the density anticipated under the R10 designation. The comprehensive plan recognizes the importance of single-family neighborhoods and seeks to promote a compatible redevelopment of neighborhoods to ensure economic health, and that an adequate amount of land is planned for the city's growing population. The rezoning will provide additional infill development on an underutilized parcel within the South Tampa Planning District. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. The request before you is to allow the creation of 2 lots with residential single-family detached uses. The site contains 13,860 square feet. The subject site consists of lots 74 and 75 of Belmar Revised Unit Number 6 subdivision, which was platted in 1989. Lot 74 was platted measuring 55 feet in width and 120 feet in depth. Lot 75 was platted with 60 feet in width and 120 feet in depth. So the applicant is proposing to split the lot to create the 2 lots as originally platted. So this is the aerial of the site. This is the site that's outlined in red. This is Euclid Avenue on the map. This is South Del Mabry. This is Kensington Avenue. So this is the property located here, and you can see, I'll show you in the analysis map what was considered as part of the conforming map and considered as part of the analysis which was completed. But you can see the single-family zone that exists is predominant in the neighborhood. As you get to Del Mabry, you have more of the commercial uses in the commercial zones with some of the PDs located along that corridor. So this is the conforming map which was created. I can give you the analysis, but I just wanted to explain for a moment. So this is the property, the subject property under the request, which has the pattern and it's outlined in black. This is Euclid Avenue. This is South Del Mabry. This is Kensington, El Prado. So what we did was took a look at the blocks, and you can see when you look at this quadrant, I'm just gonna cover this up just to be able to show the 2 quadrants and the 2 subdivisions which were considered for the analysis. So This is one quadrant. And you can see the pattern. This is the subject site, the lots that exist there, this pattern of development here in the block, and then this is your other quadrant here. Both of those areas were included within the analysis, which I will show you, but when you look at the block, you can see that the yellow lots, the lots that are identified in yellow have the lot widths between 65 to 69 feet. The pink has the lot width of 75 to 79. Your blue has your lot width of 50 to 54 feet in width. And your red is your 80 to 99. But just to show you, so this analysis did not cross Euclid. South of Euclid is a different block pattern. And I'll show you on the map because what I did was run the analysis just to show you that area. So south of Euclid was not included in the analysis, but you can see the block pattern that exists. All of the lots, as you see running along Euclid, are identified in the red, so they have the larger lot widths. Everything yellow below is 65 to 69. So I'm gonna put back up the map that was used in the analysis and go over the analysis with you. So within the staff report, on page 4 of the staff report, it contains the analysis, which I'll just review in part regarding the block itself. So in relation to reviewing the existing development pattern, the subject block on the north side of Euclid Avenue from South Grady Avenue to West Tampa Circle contains 4 total zoning lots, including the subject site. So all 100% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater. The block face on the north side of West Euclid from East Clark Avenue to South Grady Avenue contains 100% of the lots have been developed with a lot width greater than 60 feet. The block face of South Grady from West Kensington Avenue to West Euclid Avenue contains 11 total zoning lots. 9 or 82% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater. 2 or 18% have been developed with a width of 59.99 or less. So pursuant to the analysis, the majority of the lots within the study area have been developed with a lot width consistent with RS60 zoning. Therefore, staff finds the reestablishment of the platted lots to be inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the block as well as the surrounding area. And I have the site plan to show you that was submitted. So this is Euclid Avenue at the end of the picture. And then this would be the creation of the lot. This is the lot line, and these are the 2 residences proposed. My pictures are mixed up. So here are pictures of the site. This is the site. This is east of the site. So we're approaching Tampa Circle, heading east. This is the front view of this structure, which is east of the site on Tampa Circle. It's another view heading around. Then we circle west, circle around and come west. That's the view on the west side. That's the single-family residential to the west. This is south across Euclid, and this is east of the site. So the Development Review Committee reviewed the request, found the request inconsistent, and this is based upon the analysis conducted by Development Coordination. Also, Council, there are modifications required to the site plan between first and second reading, should Council approve the request. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Council. Jim Porter with Ackerman 401 East Jackson Street. I'm here representing the applicant tonight. The request before you, as staff indicated, is to restore the original plating, which I'm going to show you on the record. This is from 1989, and you can see this is the subject property, and it was originally platted as 2 lots, one with the width of 55 feet and one with 60, but it was developed as a single lot. So the goal tonight is to restore this back to the original plat. We originally tried to do this administratively because there's plenty of room as far as the lot itself. As staff said, the lot itself is 13,860 feet. The underlying zoning category requires a lot size of 6,000 square feet. So we're easily able to create two lots of the size that's conforming with the zoning. One lot would be 6,623 feet and the other lot would be 7,250 feet. There are two main elements when you consider a lot: the lot size and street frontage. And so this is the issue here. One of our sites could meet the street frontage at 60 feet. The other one's off by 5 feet. So we're really talking a difference of 5 feet. Had we had sufficient street coverage, this would have been an administrative approval and not before council. The size of 5 feet is not significant, and it really would sort of serve to, as the planning commission stated on the record, to utilize or to sort of take advantage of an underutilized parcel. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan. I had 2 calls from neighbors in the immediate neighborhood. They were both in support of this. I believe you have a letter in the record also of someone who does not object. The pattern is, I think, a sort of a mixed pattern, but you can see the difference. The lot now is large. The ones on either side are each 60. So one would be 55, which is like the blue, and one would be like this. So it's consistent with the pattern, compatible with the neighborhood, and I think would serve a good use for the property. Again, there's plenty of lot size, just not enough street frontage. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's our request before you tonight.
Any questions for the gentleman? No? Thank you, sir. Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item, item number 5?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Close.
Second.
We have a motion closed from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Councilman Goods, would you like to read item number 5?
Item number 5, REZ 2134. Ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3915 West Euclid Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning, district classification RS60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Roll call.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro, Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent at both. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, council.
I got my first speeding ticket there. Euclid and Grady, 21 years ago. Never forget it.
Did you have a second one? Could you say my first one?
No, I learned,
Yeah,
I learned
okay,
my
I want to
lesson.
make
I learned
sure.
my lesson for a while. Thank you very much. Item number 9.
Yes, Council, LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. And Council, item number 9 is REZ 2253. It's for the property located at 3604 West Azil Street. The applicant is being represented by Brian Donovan. And the request is to rezone the property from RS60 residential single family to PD plan development for a medical office use. And I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission to do their report, and I'll come back and give mine. Thank you.
Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. This is located in the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically the Bon Air neighborhood. The closest transit stop is 0.2 miles away to the west at West Azil Street and South Del Mabry Highway. The closest recreational facility is Charles B. Williams Park, located within a mile to the northwest of the site, and the site is located within a level C evacuation zone. Here's an aerial of the site. The area contains a mix of light commercial uses, single-family detached, single-family attached, and multifamily uses. You can see the multifamily uses over here to the east of the site, the single-family detached units to the east, southeast, and then another multifamily development here. North of the site on West Azil Street, you can see some of those light commercial uses, and then north of the site and as well as south of the site, you can see some of those single-family detached homes. Here's the adopted future land use map. The site is currently recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. That designation continues north of Azil and west on down Azil. When you're looking north and south of Azil, and then additionally northeast, you can see this orange color that represents the residential 10 future land use designation. Then going further east in this dark brown color, that is the residential 35 future land use designation, which is where some of those townhomes and multifamily apartments are found. And then farther to your southeast, and this pinkish purple color is the CMU 35 designation along Henderson Boulevard. The residential 20 designation allows for the consideration of a limited number of neighborhood serving commercial uses if the project meets locational criteria. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the commercial locational criteria and finds that the subject site meets the criteria for consideration. The subject site is located along West Azeel Street, which is designated as an arterial roadway. Existing non-residential zoning is located adjacent to the subject site to the north and east, while additional non-residential zoning is located further west along West Azeel Street. New commercial development and significant commercial renovations shall be encouraged to provide sidewalks in areas where it's practical and feasible for pedestrian-oriented activities. The subject site has provided for pedestrian connections from the main entrance to the public sidewalks along West Azeel, which is consistent with the comprehensive policy plan direction. In conclusion, the proposed PD furthers the intent of the comprehensive plan and is comparable, compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And council, this item is before you today, this rezoning request to construct a medical office building containing 3,868 square feet. This is a one-story structure proposed. If I can show you the zoning map. So this is the site located in red. This is on West Azeel. This is Henderson Boulevard. This is Kennedy, to orient you at the north of the map. So this site is located here. You can see it's surrounded with PD zoning as you look along West Azeel Street. There's a mixture, but when you're within this range, you can see there's a mixture of office uses, commercial neighborhood scale uses, and then you have your residential single-family zoning with some scatterings of PDs along within the neighborhood and further north. This is the site plan provided. I zoomed in and blew this up, but I took away the street. This is Azeel. So this is entrance to the site. So this is the structure that's proposed. That's a part of the PD site plan, and you can see surface parking located on site. And also provided is your walkway, your pedestrian paths, providing a connection to the sidewalk along Azeel. And I have pictures of the site. So this is the site located on Azeel. This is west of the site. Further west. Moving along Azeel. Single family residential, and then this is northwest of the site, moving across the street and headed north, and then further north. The DRC staff has reviewed the request and finds the request inconsistent. The inconsistency is related to the transportation related comments and the code requirements. And also there are revisions required to the site plan between first and second reading should council decide to approve the application. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have an applicant for item number 9?
He's online. Brian, if you can please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
And if it's possible to share my screen. Thank you. I'm just setting it up now. Can you all see my screen now?
Not yet. Now we can. Go ahead, sir, if you want to make it bigger.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. This is a planned development rezoning for 3604 West Azeel Street. It has been noted that transportation is the only inconsistency with the plan. A general overlay of the site, it's 3.33 acres. It's on the southwest corridor of Azeel and Himes. We've included an aerial from Google Earth, which shows the mixed use of the area. Going to the current uses, the subject parcel is essentially on an island. The surrounding parcels are PDs on either the left or right of the parcel on Azeel Street. Behind it, I believe Caddy Corner would be another PD. Directly forward to the right, another PD. We've also expanded our view a little bit. This is the general overlay of the neighboring medical and veterinarian locations on this area of Azeel. You'll see going towards Dale Mabry all the way down towards South Kansas. You have the cat doctors, the Tampa Plastic Surgery Center, Pediatric Healthcare Alliance, all using that Azeel Street corridor, which is a transferring area. It's transitioning to this commercial and medical use, as shown by this slide. Now, as we go forward, this is our proposed development. This is the Plastic Surgery Center. Dr. Tracy Temin is present in the audience, as well as her son, Edward. They've been patiently waiting to see this dream come to fruition for a very long time. What they're proposing is a woman-owned medical and office building. We're proposing 3868 square feet. Pursuant to the code, they're allowed to go as far up as 7,290 square feet. In this development proposal, we're planning on 2 operating rooms with 3 consultation rooms. Now that's important because as we address the inconsistencies between the city report, that the council will note that only transportation has found any inconsistency. The site plan modifications that have been spoken about, there is no issue as far as we're concerned. We've already worked to made the revisions to the site plan to be consistent at second reading. The only one where we're asking for a waiver, we're asking for 2 waivers. The first waiver, we're requesting to reduce the required 15-foot buffer and the 6-foot masonry wall requirement to a 3-foot buffer on the south side. Now, I've tried to make this as large as I can. It's included in our application. The council will note the stormwater pond that's been included in the site overlay. When you zoom into it, that's where the 3-foot landscape buffer is. Any less of a buffer would dramatically impact that stormwater pond. Looking to the adjacent parcel 3608 Azeel, the council will note I believe it's a 14-inch camphor oak. We've designated the boundary that's required for this tree. The 3-foot buffer allows the adjacent parcel holder to essentially fit their requirements for that tree. Now, since we're on the topic of trees, there is an additional concern that's been noted in the committee's report, which is a 3-inch oak on an adjacent parcel. At this juncture, it looks like there's some overlap based on the site plan. We're not sure whether it will be affected by any of the site plans. Despite that, we have reached out to that adjacent parcel owner. They've indicated they're willing to cooperate with either the removal by signing the affidavit that Natural Resources has requested in the event it does need to be removed. Obviously, that affidavit would have to be provided prior to permitting, which we believe we can comply with. The biggest issue and the biggest hurdle that is noted in the staff report is the parking waiver. Now, the site plan actually shows 2 different requirements for the parking. One is 23 parking spaces, the other is 21. And that's calculated using 2 ways. One, this parcel can be used for 3,000 feet of medical building, with 868 feet being designated to office space. That essentially gets us to our 21 required parking spaces. If the full site plan is used as medical, that's where the 23 parking spaces would come into debate. This waiver request, though, it's for a unique structure. What we're dealing with is a medical office and surgery center. It's a plastic surgery center where the parcel owner is the actual occupant of the building. They'll be booking and scheduling appointments and consultations for plastic surgery procedures with full knowledge of what their parking can handle. Generally, when this is done, follow-up appointments and initial consultations are all done virtually, alleviating a number of the issues that something like an urgent care would run into with parking. This is booked out appointments and procedures scheduled well in advance of when folks will be coming. When we go further, we've actually studied the data from medical office building, and based on the parking generation manual, this is the 5th edition, it shows that a use, at least at this juncture, the data is changing, but at 3.23 spaces per 1,000 square feet of medical office building use. Now, we will need even less than that, as we've indicated on our slide. There's going to be on a full surgery day, a staff of 7 that fills up 7 parking spots. There's 2 operating rooms, so at most you have 2 folks who are coming to get surgery that day. Generally, those patients are dropped off. They're not driving home after they've been placed under anesthesia. So those parking spots would be not in use and still available to the public at large. Again, because of the unique footprint and the unique way that this business is operated, this scheduling is dynamic. There's not going to be walk-ins for a plastic surgery center. You're going to have things that are scheduled, mindful of the parking, not allowing overflow, because Dr. Temin can't be in more than one spot. Going further, when we look at the waiver, it's justified again by the operation of the business, because they will be mindful of it. With that much parking, there was a concern, I believe Transportation voiced it, dealing with an overflow of parking onto Azeel Street. Given the footprint that will be used and the way that scheduling will exist, it should be a non-issue. The parking lot should never be that full when they're actually scheduling these operations and procedures. Based on that, I'll reserve the rest of my time, if I may, or I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 9?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
No? Anything else? Motion to close?
So move.
Motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from?
Second.
Councilwoman Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Hurtak, would you mind reading item number 9?
Okay. File number REZ 22-53, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3604 West Azeel Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to PD Plan Development Medical Office, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Miranda, all in favor, or roll call?
Goods,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro, Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Last item of the day, item number 10.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. The last item this evening is REZ 2257. It's for the property located at 3607, 3708, and 3809 North Armenia Avenue. The applicant is being represented by Dave Mechanic. The request is to rezone the property from PD and CI Commercial Intensive to PD to allow for animal shelter, business professional office, veterinary office, and commercial off-street parking uses. I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission, and then I'll come back and give my report. Thank you.
Danny Collins again with your Planning Commission staff. Our last case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, it's on the eastern edge of the McFarland Park neighborhood. Capez Park is the closest public recreation facility, located approximately a half mile southwest of the subject site. North Armenia Avenue is a transit emphasis corridor. Transit service is provided along this portion of Armenia Avenue by Heart Route 7, connecting the subject site to West Tampa Transfer Center and downtown Tampa. Subject site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subjects, or the PD contains multiple folios along both the eastern and western side of North Armenia Avenue. This portion of Armenia is predominantly non-residential in character. There's several commercial uses located along Armenia Avenue. As you move as you move west from Armenia, you get into a single-family detached neighborhood. Here is the adopted future land use map. A majority of the PD is within the CC 35 designation, and then this western folio is within the R10 designation. The R10 is being utilized and was approved through a previous PD for parking. The remainder is utilized, but is going to be used by the Humane Society. The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application, found no adverse, and found the request comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. Majority of the parcels along this segment of North Armenia Avenue are being utilized for light commercial and industrial uses, with some multifamily and two-family residential uses. Since the subject site is not adjacent to any residentially zoned parcels, the request will not adversely impact the surrounding residential uses. The portions of the site that are within the CC 35 designation are within a mixed-use corridor. Typically within mixed-use districts, main entrances to offices are to be oriented toward the adjacent public right-of-way. To address the mixed-use corridor policies, the applicant has provided a pedestrian connection which connects the building entrance to the sidewalk along North Armenia Avenue and North Semino Avenue. Additionally, sidewalks are provided along all adjacent public rights-of-way. These sidewalks and pedestrian connections will help support the use of transit along North Armenia Avenue, which is a transit emphasis corridor, and will also ensure sidewalks interconnect to adjacent parcels. Planning Commission staff has determined that the applicant has addressed the mixed-use corridor policies to the best of their ability. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? No? Yes, ma'am?
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And Council, this item contains, the project within this rezoning request contains 3.96 acres. There are 3 parcels identified on the site plan. Parcels 1 and 3 have current PD approval, and they are for the use of an animal shelter and commercial off-street parking. This application seeks to add parcel 2, which is identified on the site plan. Parcel 3 is located on the west side of Armenia, which I'll show you momentarily. That site is located within the West Tampa overlay. The remainder of the site is not located within an overlay. On page 2 of the staff report, I provided the parcel numbers and the existing versus the proposed square footage. It shows the additions. You'll see there's no change proposed on parcel 1, with a change on parcel 2 with 12,636 square feet of veterinary office. And then the commercial parking, which is on parcel 3, will remain the same. This is a site plan. I've broken it up into the parcel by each page. So this is parcel 1, and this is located, this is Armenia Avenue, and this is the existing animal shelter that's located here, and you can see the surface parking that's proposed there. This is the second parcel, so this is located north of that existing parcel, and this would have the increased square footage on that parcel. This is parcel 3. This is the lot which is located on the west side of Armenia. This is Armenia Avenue, and it is used for surface parking for that use. This is an aerial of the site. So this is Armenia Avenue. This is Tampa Bay, to orient you on the map. This is the site that's located in the red outline, the dotted outline. So this is parcel 1, this is parcel 2 that's located here, the new parcel, and then this is the parking that's located there in the PD. And you can see that this site is surrounded with RS50 zoning, predominantly in the area, with the exception of Armenia Avenue, which contains more of your commercial zone uses. Then I have photos of the site, then I can show really quick. This is parcel 2. This is on Howard. This is north of the site, so this is that corner parcel. This is where the road meets into that triangle, so this lot behind it, this is parcel 2. This is a view that's looking on Armenia, that's looking south. That's the existing structure. that we're all familiar with on parcel 1. This is looking east on Dewey. That's another view, going further down Dewey. This is an east view, that's on parcel 1. That's parcel 2. And this is another view, and then this is west of the site. So the DRC staff has reviewed the request, and we find the request consistent. There are site plan modifications required between first and second reading if council chooses to approve the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Nope.
Thank
All right.
you.
Is Mr. Mechanic on the line, or do we have, yes, sir?
Yes.
Were you sworn in, sir? Go ahead.
Right here, I need to be sworn in.
Okay, do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
you.
Mr. Chairman, council members, due to late hour, I will be as brief as I can. I represent the Humane Society of Tampa Bay, and we are here asking for some pretty modest changes, approximately an increase of 1,600 square feet of administrative office. And we would also like to incorporate all the parcels on the campus into a single PD zoning. I would note, as LaShawn mentioned, we have all departments have determined our request is consistent, and we are stating for the record that we will make all changes that they have noted in the report that need to be made for the site plan. At this point, what I'd like to do is just ask Randy Cohen to give you an overview of the changes, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cohen.
Good evening, Randy Cohen, 4121 West Cypress Street. I have been sworn here on behalf of the Humane Society of Tampa Bay. Just want to briefly go over what's actually going on here. We have a zoning where the animal shelter was approved, which is REZ 18-29. The animal shelter was built in basically 2018, 2019. This is the animal shelter. It was built consistent with the zoning and had a number of waivers. It's complete. We're not proposing any changes there whatsoever. A part of that zoning also included this parking lot that had a number of waivers. It was built consistent with the zoning and the waivers. This particular parcel here, which is the Animal Health Care Center, was built under its existing zoning. However, the proposal here is to modify this building, which this is how it looks today. And the change is to bring it into the PD and to add a second story. That's where the 12,639 square feet occur. Pretty simple, straightforward project. I believe that's why we have consistency from all the departments. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
We close.
Wait, did you want to speak or no?
No, we have nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
That's it?
Close.
We have motion closed?
Move to close.
From Councilman Goode, second from Councilman Moran, all in favor? Aye. Councilman Carlson, are you still on the line?
Yeah.
Do you have the agenda to read item number 10?
Yes, I'd like to, thank you, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 2257, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3607, 3708, and 3809 North Armenia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD, plan development, and CI commercial intensive plan development, animal shelter, veterinary office, business professional office, commercial, off-street parking, providing effective date.
We have a motion for Councilman Carlson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second for Councilman Goode. Roll call?
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Herzog,
Yes.
Carlson. Goods,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
and Citro. Motion carried with Citro being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, council
Thank you.
members.
Thank you very much. We're done.
Hey, wait.
Not done.
Well, how about me?
No, I asked if you wanted to speak.
Well, no, we have it, rezoning appointment for today also. Well, never call me, never say that.
Which one?
Right here.
It was a misnotice.
Oh, was that the one for number 11? I'm sorry, we had removed it from the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. All right. Okay, we are at new business. Councilman Miranda, Councilman Goose.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. If you recall, sometime last year, you remember on 40th and, between 42nd and 43rd Hillsborough, a 4-year-old was killed in a car, by
By the stray bullet?
the stray.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, the city each year, the Kaboom project comes to Tampa, and they pick a particular park. Well, this year, it's Williams Park. Sonny was killed maybe 3-4 blocks away from that park, because on Hillsborough Avenue, you walk down that street, you're right at Williams Park. So I'd like to see if the administration requested to investigate installing a memorial mark at Williams Park in conjunction with the Kaboom project in honor of Sonny Bell, who lost her life at the very young age of 4 years old due to senseless gun violence. And it said a report be brought back on August 25th on the staff reports. 5th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
Great motion, sir.
Last one here I have, Mr. Chairman, is received a letter from a Miss Isabella Tassi in reference to the City of Tampa Park at the University of Tampa. Apparently there's some kind of confusion with the utilization of the park on UT's property. So I'd like to enter her letter into the record and have the Recreation Department come back and give us an update of what's indicated in the letter of the contractual agreement that we have with UT and the park, because they're saying that others cannot utilize the park.
Is this the email that came through regarding an event?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Goods.
I'll second.
Pardon me? Yep, put it back.
When do you want? I got the calendar.
We got the 5th. Give them a little time to research it.
We have September 1st is a regular session.
September 1st.
September 1st under staff report.
That'd be fun, staff reports.
Motion from Councilman Goose, we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, anything else, sir?
That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In 2020, State Attorney Andrew Warren won re-election in Hillsborough County with 369,129 votes. That's 134,294 more votes than Governor DeSantis received in this county during the gubernatorial election. The safety of our community depends on our elected prosecutor being able to conduct the public's work without disruption or interference. That elected officials represent the will of those who elected them is the bedrock of our community. State Attorney Warren and I were high school classmates, and even at a young age, I realized his integrity and potential to use his talents to make our community better. I urge the governor to immediately reverse this decision and allow our county to get back to business. Just wanted to make the announcement.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira, do you have anything, sir?
No, I wanted to, I'm glad Councilwoman Hurtak brought up the issue on Mr. Warren. I find it obscene and just terrible precedent. I've known Mr. Warren since I didn't go to high school with him, but I've known him since he ran in 2016, and I find him to be a very honorable gentleman, a fine prosecutor, a good family man, and just a good community servant. And this is a real act against Hillsborough County and Tampa. And I think that people should be outraged on many, many different levels. But I've seen him at work in so many different levels, and I just find him to be a good gentleman and a fine individual. And when I saw that happening, I was shocked. That's not the way that we should govern here in Florida. And yeah, so just my sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, just to that point, and without naming names or getting too deep into it, when you watch the press conference, it appears that Tampa's crime rate is going to be politicized over the next few months, and there are alternative narratives. I've spoken to a lot of people in law enforcement inside and outside of Tampa, and nobody I've talked to has blamed Andrew Warren. There are other people that they blame for it, but our Tampa's violent crime rate has gone up every year for the last 3 years, as presented by our new police chief. And this council has approved every funding increase, including the last pay increase. And we've been criticized by that with a lot of folks in the community. But there are a lot of reasons that the crime rate has gone up. And I'm not going to make a motion now, but I think if we may at some point want to use our investigative powers to do an objective third-party organization to look at Tampa's crime rate. Not that we wouldn't trust the views of anybody else, but we would need to have somebody who is outside the market, who is respected, who could come in and say, okay, here's why your crime rate has gone up each year for the last 3 years. Because otherwise, it looks like it's going to be used as a weapon in lots of ways over the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else, sir? Councilman Goose, I have to hand you the gavel. I just want to make a motion in lieu of the recent announcement of Tony's Ybor Restaurant closing after 93 years and the Scaglione family's long-serving contributions to the community. I'd like to give a commendation to the Scaglione family at a future date to be determined.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco has made a motion. Mr. Miranda has seconded it. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
That's it. Motion to receive and file. Motion from Councilman Miranda, second from?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Thanks.